Hey everybody, it's time for another weekend breakdown stream. Woo! Hope you're all excited and ready to have fun. We have already dubbed this with a brand new name in the very quick pre-show moment that we just had. So let me bring in my guests, my first guest for the stream this afternoon, evening, wherever you might be, morning, uncaffeinated in some cases, I'm sure. Please welcome S and Sarah Celtic Mist.
Hello.
Hello.
How are we both doing?
Doing good.
Tired.
Yeah.
Tired. We're here.
Good, but
Uncaffeinated.
tired. Yeah.
I'm double caffeinating to like push through because it's a long day on Saturdays for me at the moment. Podcasting and live streaming all in the same day. It's a long experience, but it's a fun experience. So
Yeah, I bet.
I'm excited to talk about Elayne Dracarn's shaking it on stage because that's the only thing we need to talk about today, right?
Yeah, that's all that happened in the episode, right? I don't know. I don't remember anything else.
I don't remember anything else. Let me just throw up the banner. We are going to talk. This is like a full spoilers thing, folks, if you've not been here before. So please be aware of that. If you're a show-only watcher or you're early in the books, we might end up spoiling things for you. But if you do want a show-only section, come back, if I make it there, in a few hours. Like I say, the caffeine's needed, folks. When we have Aisha, who's coming over, she is a show-only watcher, and she's been joining us the last few weeks, and she'll give us her input about what she thought of the Shaking It episode. But yeah, it's good fun. All right, do we actually just want to start there? Should we just go straight to the song?
Let's just start with Titties of Time. Let's just do it.
Titties of Time. Yeah, like I'm sure. No, I know. I certainly was. Let me see if I'm trying to find the moment now in the episode as well. But I had heard the song. I had heard the song on the album because I was like, "Oh my god, don't want Kira sing on a song. Let me listen to it." And I'm like, "Okay, if it gives me spoilers, it gives me spoilers. If it doesn't, it doesn't." Type thing. So I'd heard the song, but I hadn't really sort of like locked in the lyrics, so to speak. So I felt very much like Elayne on stage when, like, 30 seconds into the song, you're just like, oh, it's about boobs.
That moment when her face was like, and then Tom is just kind of like giggling.
Yeah.
Like he asked you if you were sure, and you were like, yeah, of course. Well, now
Yeah,
you're thinking
yeah.
about tits on a table. Congratulations.
Yeah, I was very much like, oh, okay, I am Elayne in this moment. So yeah, I'm was anyone else like that? It was be like, oh, I didn't figure out the song in advance. So
Well, I was listening to it, and I was just like, oh, this is a cool song. And then it went on, and I was just like, wait, I see what's happening.
Yeah.
It was the whole part about the, like, one's not enough and three is too many, and then I was like, oh, we're talking about boobs. Okay. I get
it. Yeah, it really was like that. And then someone went and made it all serious because they were like, they're talking about the shackles, right? The bracelets.
Oh, I mean, I heard that too. Like,
yeah,
a man to his knees, and it's like, okay, that is also slightly on the nose. So it's got a double meaning, I guess.
Yeah, and I was just like, why you got to take an awesome, fun song and make it serious? But also, yes, you're probably right. You're like, damn it. So, but yeah, let me. Here we go. I've got the moment. Let's have a listen and enjoy.
Oh man, I do.
Go on then. I'll tell you a tale of a lad of 20, a terrapin boy with coin aplenty, looking for love, and more's a pity. Now he's lost in the hills of Tanchico City.
Oh, Matt.
And to bring a man to his steez.
Yeah.
All ships paid, pieces will make the man out of you. The hills of Tanchico. The hills of Tanchico. Hey! The daughter out of Andor.
You cut off the best moment though at the end when Matt's like, "That's my friend." That's
Oh, true. Yeah.
It's so cute.
It's just so Matt, isn't he? Be like, yeah, I know that
He's like so proud.
God, but yeah, it's such a fun moment, and just it's what everyone is talking about. It's all I see posted really. The Hills of Tanchico, and I love the follow up later when they turn back up and they're still singing it, and like
Right.
Matt.
It's like, how many verses have they gone through at this point?
Yeah, or are they just doing that?
Just singing the same thing over and
60
over.
seconds over and over type thing. And Matt's there and he's singing it as well. And they're just like, what happened to Subtle? Well, Nynaeve's what happened to Subtle. And she's like, I assure you, I was blending in. What are you blending in? A clown show? Like... I love Pavara. Like, it took me longer than Elayne to figure out what the song was actually about.
I think some of that may depend on like how much the middle of the night it was when you first watched the episode and how delirious you were. So
that's
Fair,
true.
fair.
Yeah,
I got to watch when I got home from work, so I was
nice.
Not fully like coherent, but coherent enough to understand things.
For me, it was how far into the episode? That's about 30 minutes in. So for me, I didn't start exactly at 8 o'clock on the dot. It was like got up and fed the cat and stuff. So it was probably more like around 9 o'clock in the morning for me. I'd had like some toast, a cup of coffee. Like I was in the moment. But yeah, I can imagine if you got up at like 3 a.m. to watch it on the East Coast and you were just like, what? Yeah. Am I imagining things? Or did she just like sing a song about boobs? Like, what?
Did I hallucinate, or were those women in the crowd rubbing their chests very aggressively?
Yeah.
Yeah. And men. Everyone. This is an all gender situation. Everyone's just
absolutely
going all in.
Yeah.
I just love that. It was so good.
Yeah, it was funny because I saw Matt look at the woman, and that moment didn't register to me as in she's demonstrating the Hills of Tanchico. All I thought was like, oh yeah, Matt got caught staring, like, oops, sorry, and that just made me laugh because that's his character to be like, oh dear, no, I didn't mean to do that. You were making the focus there, so I looked because that's a natural reaction, and I realized I shouldn't look, so I apologized and looked away. That's all I took that for. And then I saw Elayne's reaction to it, and I'm like, yeah, okay. And that's clearly what Matt was realizing that moment as well, because then he goes like, oh.
This is going to be one of those like fandom things, like, how many minutes did it take you to realize that the song was about boobs?
Yeah.
Where were you when you realized it was about boobs?
That'll be it. That's going to be a ribbon at some point. Where were you when you realized it was about boobs?
Yeah, seriously.
So
but honestly though, I feel like in terms of scenes from the whole show so far that have just made me just grin from ear to ear, that was probably the top. Like, it was just so much fun, and it felt so Wheel of Time. Like this song, Elayne talking, thinking about boobies drunk on a table. I mean, Robert Jordan basically wrote this anyway. So.
Right.
He really did. It was insane. Like how many moments, and isn't the line like they could flatten a crew or something, flatten a boat? That actually comes? That's a line from the books. I'm pretty sure someone mentioned to me.
Yeah, it's from a song that someone, I think it's like on the Thera or something. Someone's making her sing it, or I don't remember. But yeah, talking about how her breasts are round and will flatten the ship's crew. I'm like, oh, well, he just came out and said breasts, so this was at least a little more subtle.
Yeah, definitely was, a little more in the subtle category. Which there we go. That's ironic because we're like, wait, you're singing to a giant crowd in the middle of the market, and we're like, it's more subtle than how they did it in the books. So, which is true. She was wearing clothes that were not see-through. And she did not say specifically breasts and things like that. So yeah, she was. That's a layer I did not pick up. She was being subtle. I assure you, I was blending in. Yeah. So did you catch? I think this was one that Rafe's interviews he's done recently. That this was inspired because of Kira singing at. Was it the rap party for season 2?
No, I didn't. I missed that.
Okay, so yeah, he said the rap party for season 2, which I'm pretty sure is one of the ones that Rosamund hosted. She's probably hosted quite a few parties, I imagine. She got up and did some singing at some point. Apparently, a lot of them are very good singers. Not really surprised by that statement. And yeah, they were just like, "Oh my god, we need to have her sing in season 3," and this is what came of it. So.
It's just really nice to finally get like your tavern scene.
Right.
It's happened a bunch in all of the books, like all over the place. And it's just like, oh, we finally got one like major one where like they're singing and like everyone's up running around.
It's kind of like that classic fantasy scene too, right? Like everyone at the tavern, drinking the ale and singing bar songs, and like in any, like in books, in D&D, and TV shows, fantasy, it's always there. So I'm glad we got ours.
Yeah. I agree. Like we need like not necessarily a musical episode every season, but we need more songs. Because
more songs with English lyrics.
Yes. Yeah, with lyrics we don't have to learn another language for, like because the old tongue, she is crafty to learn. So especially because there's not actually a full dictionary out there just yet, even though they're writing one. So also, yeah, thanks, Matt. Appreciate that. S and Sarah and
Rob. You don't even get a capital letter in your name.
I don't even get a capital letter in my name. Yep. I know where I stand in the pecking order. It's okay.
Lowercase Rob.
Lowercase Rob. That's going to be my ribbon at the next convention, lowercase Rob. But yeah, it is. Yeah, it's just so much fun. This is going to be sung at many conventions. How many versions of this song are we going to get at the next Blood Idol?
I don't know. Too many. Enough that they'll say stop.
Probably, yeah. Or it's going to be one of the situations where everyone thinks that everyone else is going to do it, and so nobody does it.
Oh, can you imagine if they get
we get 0 kills of Tanchico?
Yeah, Innkeeper, tell us in chat, like, are you going to put a limit on how many? Be like, please do it, or is it going to have its own category? Like this is the hills.
Yeah, like the best of the Hills of Tanchico. Yeah.
Yeah, the best of
like
Tanchico.
Comedy and like serious and Hills of Tanchico. It's a whole third.
That's actually not the worst shout in the world. Like a very serious parodies, very funny parodies, and then the Hills of Tanchico parodies. He could play the whole song because they're going to be like a minute long. So Oh God, love it. Can we get a WhatCon workshop creating more lyrics? Yeah, I mean they're writing a library, so
Yeah.
I mean, I could just see people just getting drunk and just making lyrics on the fly. It's not going to be a workshop. It's just going to be tomfoolery.
I mean, it feels like that would be a good thing for like the sing along that happens very late at night when people are inebriated. You just sort of tack some Hills of Tanchico workshopping in there and see what happens.
I was talking to Meg and Jen earlier on the podcast, and Meg's like, we need to do it twice. wants to open the party and then wants to wrap it up type thing. And I was like, imagine being the first song after it starts.
I know, right?
You know, like that's like I gotta follow that.
How do you
know?
follow that?
Yeah, exactly. So but yeah, it would be a lot of fun. Okay, aside from the Hills of Tanchico, do you have a particular moment in this episode that you loved? S, why don't you tell me yours?
It's a very obviously difficult scene, but the scene at the end, the CGI was so fucking good. And the acting from Yosha was so good in that moment. And we're finally seeing like legitimate madness begin. Where like what the world wants him to do, what the prophetess is going to do, and what he can actually do is all going to pull him apart. We're finally seeing like the beginning of that.
Yeah, I agree. I tried to pull up, but you said you said Yosha too quickly. I was going to pull up where the Bain and Shiads and Faile actually come across the way gate and be like, oh, this scene, it's really good CGI. You're right, you know. But yeah, no, the whole moment with Yosha where he's trying to resuscitate Sarah is that's quite a heavy moment. And he does really pull in like just all those crazy emotions that he's probably feeling at the moment so well. I mean, if they don't throw, is it Emmys? Is that the TV awards?
Yeah.
Yes.
That feels right.
Yeah.
Whatever
Emmy
for
TV.
Emmy
Oscar
for TV. Yeah.
for movie.
There we go. If they don't throw some Emmys at this season, particularly for Yosha's acting in 4 and things like this, I'm like, who is running that award ceremony? Like, are they blind? Are they deaf?
Yeah,
like,
seriously.
yeah, he is really, really killing it. I mean, everybody stepped it up this season, which is pretty incredible. Is there is it just the emotions he's displaying in that moment that really got it for you, or was there something like particular about it?
I think it was really just watching his face as things were happening, because a lot of the CGI kind of obscures what's going on outside of like his actual body where he's working and acting. And so like you just see his face through most of it as all this power's around him and as the taint's like covering everything, and you just see this face of just like falling apart.
Yeah.
I also love the fact that like everyone else seems so horrified of him, and Moraine is the one that comes up and like touches him, and that's what like grounds him again. It was like such a good moment.
Do you think she saw this in the rings? And she was like, saw that she had to be the one to, because she stops Lan from going over to him.
Sometimes, maybe. Sometimes. Maybe.
Like, she doesn't even look. I mean, okay, the Bond. I take that back. Actually, like, how she gonna know he's there? The Bond. Yeah, like she saw this in the rings that a moment like this would happen, and she would have to.
And that's probably the reason why she didn't warn him, because she knew something was coming because Lanfear told her.
Poor Sammael, the little surprise.
Yeah. He gets the short end of the stick there, doesn't he? Yeah.
Little surprise with a big hammer.
Yeah.
Oh,
maybe small, but he's got a big hammer. Okay.
Yeah, he's got a big hammer. It's flashy. That was, I don't know how the hammer was an interesting choice, wasn't it? That never struck me as the bludgeoning weapon type.
It's very like paladin coded, like you imagine from like something like World of Warcraft or whatever. Like the paladin was like the big holy hammer of justice, and it just was not something I would have ever expected to see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not against,
but it was great. I mean, it was cool.
Yeah, it was very, very cool. It's just, definitely. If you said to me, what weapon is he showing up with? I think I'd have struggled to say anything other than a sword, to be honest.
Right. Yeah. Seriously.
The giant magical light Molyneux was not high, not even on my consideration, you know? So, yeah.
I wonder if Sammael's actually dead.
A lot of people have asked this. It can't be. Like, what an in and out sort of appearance for him. That would just be shocking.
Because I was watching a reaction and they like slowed down on the actual, I don't remember what reaction, on the actual lightning attack. And it's like, did any of those blasts actually hit him or just around him?
I couldn't tell. I mean, it showed him like laying in the rubble, but I couldn't see if like what actually hit him. I mean, this is Wheel of Head trauma, so he's you know, he could just be knocked out like everybody else has been at some point in the show.
Yeah. This is definitely
or it's Wheel of Body Double. Just throw a body double in the rubble and run. It's fine.
Yes. Yeah, very possible. I speculated that. So Lanfear says, like, I've sent him a little something. Okay, let him deal with it. Does this perhaps mean that what she is sending him is a teacher, as opposed to, you know, someone to just like, hey, knock him off the list type thing? And maybe now she turns up and does the whole like, here's a wee with a tiny little gap. You know, people think you've killed him, but you don't. And he now, I don't know, like, he needs a teacher. Asmodean's not there unless, you know, I mean, I still think Asmodean is Matt's admirer, the guy in the hat. Like, imagine if you had Sammy as the teacher instead. Like, they're going to hate each other. He's just going to spout insults at Rand all the time, but he's going to be like, well, I'm screwed. I'm kind of stuck with you now type thing.
It would be I feel like it would be a strange choice to make him that figure. And I'm still convinced. I mean, like, there was a Forsaken statue with like a freaking guitar, like, so, or some kind of instrument. So there's got to be Asmodean, right? I don't know.
I'm confident there's an Asmodean. I just don't think he's going to appear in the Threefold Land.
Yeah, that could definitely be true.
Unless it was Asmodean made to look like Sammael when he attacks.
Mask of mirrors all the way down.
Mask of mirrors, yeah.
Because when we see the body after he dies, I don't remember if we actually see his face.
I still struggle to actually see the body in the effects of the show because it's so dark. I've got to be honest.
I mean,
I need to screenshot it and lighten it a little bit or something to be like, oh yeah, there he is. Like, I can tell there's something. I can't tell. I couldn't tell it was a body, but everyone keeps saying the body's there, so I'm like, okay, that's fine. Like, it's. You know, I believe you. You know, there's nothing here about me that says no body, but yeah, it's just something that I've not noticed myself in terms of, like, I've not been able to see in detail. So, but yeah, he's definitely not dead. And chat seems to be agreeing quite a lot. Chat is sort of 80-20 so far.
He's only mostly dead.
Mostly dead.
Mostly dead.
Yeah, concussion of time, as we said. So, where is it? Right here. Iris is asking, does Rand still need to harvest the squashes?
Obviously,
yes.
It's very sad.
It is very, very sad. So
I think everybody called that, you know, she was going to be because she was getting too much screen time for there not to be something tragic, and we all knew what happened in the Stone of Tear in the books, and I think, but it was still just very, very sad. As soon as he's like, yeah, I'll harvest your squashes, and I'm like, God damn it, stop! I know for sure that's gonna happen.
Yeah, I'll harvest your squash after you get squashed.
Oh,
like, I don't think there's a child that's been introduced by name that has survived.
Kind of true.
Every
Matt's sisters are children. And
Matt's sisters are still around currently. I was very concerned early in the season when they got captured with Natty. I was just like, oh, Varda's going to get his hands on these three and they're all going to die. They're all going to die. I don't want this. And then obviously last week I was just tortured. So yeah, they're fine still. But I think that's it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
and they just kind of have the related to Matt plot armor kind of thing.
related to Matt
Well,
plot.
hey, we don't know for sure what happened to that little girl at the Dark Friend social. She might just be like chilling with her Trolloc buddies.
She
But we don't know
yeah.
her name.
So it's true. She doesn't have.
Oh, she was an unnamed.
You're
yes.
right.
Yeah,
this is
anyone
named
they give a
characters,
name, it's
But
like
she
we
had-
want you to hurt.
Yeah. Iris is right again. Even Liandrin dies. So
He is technically a child.
he's a child in this episode. He just
Yeah.
died last season. So
At like 95 years old, it's fine.
yeah. Also, like, kudos to him. He must have been ill for a while. 95 years old. He's hung around. That's impressive. I suppose if you've got an Aes Sedai mother who can heal you of most things, that probably helps. So, but yeah, they're not doing good to kids in this. Are they? Don't be a named kid. Don't be a named kid character unless you're related to Matt Cawthon. Oh, my light blinded fool comes in. This is all set up so when we meet Olva, we're horrified what will happen to him. Oh my god! Like, can you imagine?
He's gonna show up, and we're just gonna be like, "Oh my god, what's gonna happen to this child?
Yeah,
He's so ugly. Nothing good can happen."
Well, see, maybe that's it. All the kids that have died so far have been very cute. So if he's ugly, then he's safe, right?
If you want
So
your
there we go.
children
This
in
is-
the
this
Wheel
is
of Time
the-
to survive. Hit them with a shovel.
Yeah.
Make them
The
ugly.
whip and shovel. Oh my god! I just think you have to be connected to Matt in some way. So he's got his sisters. Olva's connected to Matt, so he'll survive. Like, that's it. Screw the Dragon Reborn and everyone else. Just stick with the Gambler, and then you'll be okay. So,
Yep.
I'm gonna end this poll. It's 84 to 16%. I'm pretty confident that people say that. I'm curious if you're one of the ones that said no, for your reason in chat why you think he's dead. I'd be curious to know your reasoning for voting no. So I love this. So Lottie's like, Liandrin was a named kid and is still alive.
For now.
And nothing can kill Sister Strongjaws. That's fair. But yeah, like it's rough. I don't know. Are we going to see him harvest the squash before he leaves the Threefold Land? I feel like he needs to.
I feel like we have to.
Yeah.
Like,
There's
maybe
no
before
way he
they,
leaves without doing it.
yeah, maybe they head off to go meet the other chiefs and cool it in and all that stuff. Which I'm going to presume is episode 8, based on next week's Golden Eyes. Do you want to? Sorry, the cat is probably going to jump up here. Come on. Yep, he was doing it. There he is.
Yep.
I presume it would be episode 8, and he's got to do it before they head off to the before he goes off to meet all the chiefs. Can you just imagine? Oh, just 1 second, I just forgot something, and then he runs off by himself and just picks the squashes
Just
without
picks all
telling
these
anyone.
squashes.
Yeah. Or we see him just eating a squash on the walk.
Just like an apple, just
Yeah. Yeah. What's that? Meeting some toad.
yummy.
Oh,
I mean, Avienda would probably punch him if he tried to leave without harvesting the squash like he promised. So I don't think he has a choice.
yeah, he doesn't get a choice. This is quite true. So, and that's literally what Lottie has just put in chat. If I could reach the mouse. Come on, O'Dear. He's recently discovered he can sit on my desk because I've made space. And now he's just like, what? This is, I fits, I sits. So, yeah.
As they do.
I'm like, okay, but yeah, just it limits my mouse access. Sorry, this one. No, this one. Everything's moving in chat. I think we'll see him doing it. Avi was telling me he has to, if nothing else. So, Andrew coming in. The shadow are heading for Kyrian. We must march quickly to catch them, Rand. Yeah, I just got to do a thing. So, okay. Follow your muse has answered my point just before. I voted no. In the Sammy there because I'm in denial that there is no Asmodean. Okay. If you vote, I asked before if you voted that you think Sammy is dead, please throw your answers in chat. I think I asked if you voted no. What I meant was if you think Sammy is dead, put your reasoning in chat. That's what I meant to say. So I said that wrong before. So, but yeah, it was rough to see, and Yoshi did play it pretty amazingly. Okay. Shall we go something a bit lighter now?
Are you gonna go back to talking about titties?
No, I was gonna go. I mean, we can always do that. That's
Because the episode is literally just trauma and titties.
well,
And Moghedien, the biohazard grumble.
that's what I was about to go to. Let's talk Moghedien and her
Oh my
just
god, she
attacking everything situation.
Unhinged.
Yes.
I
She's
love it.
the-
She's unhinged in the best way.
She's the anything goes character, you know?
She always, I will say, like, of any of the Forsaken in the books, like, she, especially in the beginning of the series, like, when she's kind of, like, Nynaeve's antagonist, like, she was probably the one that scared me the most, I felt like, because she just seemed so unpredictable and so sneaky, and, she's living up to that in the show, too, because, holy shit.
Like, she doesn't have a motive except to fuck stuff up.
She does not. She was just, you know, she's spitting in tea. She's eating food. And
eating underwear and, like, what the hell?
Yeah.
And making, like, random, like, dirt cakes. And, like, putting the underwear and putting, like, fruit. I was so confused.
This is why you tip your servers, people.
Yeah.
Oh no, he's done now. And Roland has popped in. Trauma and titties is such a great summary of the series. Here's an interest. We're getting some questions in chat, folks. So feel free to throw questions in chat. We can work on those. So Kika Sadai says, "Why do the Black Aja girls say forsaken and not chosen?" Any initial thoughts around that?
Is it which one of them? Because I know Liandrin calls them the chosen, but I vaguely remember. I just don't remember which one it was or when it was.
I don't know.
Well,
maybe she was just, not, oh ye of little faith situation, like wasn't fully bought in on it yet or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it was Ispen did it, but I'm sure Naomi did it as well at one point.
But I mean, everyone, you think of, like, if you're a kid growing up in Randland, like, all you hear about is the Forsaken. Like, that's what people call them. So
yeah,
it's probably a hard thing to switch.
You're a newbie Black Aja and you just kind of haven't gotten out of that habit yet, I guess. I don't know.
Or
it could have just been an oopsies.
I mean, it could have been an oopsies. That's always possible. I think for me, it was like they joined the Black, because so many of them joined the Black Aja not expecting the last battle to happen. You know, I imagine people become Dark Friends all the time. We actually see that in the books, like people, became a Dark Friend because it got you something. You didn't think you'd actually have to do much to keep that status. And actually then one of the chosen turn up and they'd be like, you said some words, they mean something. I'm going to make you do some stuff for it. And so they didn't, although they fully committed, it's like they've signed that contract they can't get out of. You have to meet the terms of it, but you signed it not expecting having to pay. And here you are having to pay. And because you didn't expect that, you're not as committed as someone who would, really, really go for it. So I suppose that was my first thought there. So
yeah, because Liandrin's been in it since she was a child.
Yes.
Versus like people joining for whatever motives. Like her motive was quite literally, you're the only one who came to help me.
Yeah. Yeah, Ishii was the only one to show up, which was also a great moment, by the way. Like, anyone else squee when Theros showed back up?
I saw his face and I was just like, oh, you're back. What's happening? It's like, oh yeah, this is the past. That's why you're back. Okay. It took my brain a second to understand why I was seeing him. And then I was like, wait, you're supposed to be I was like, oh, this is a dream. Okay. It took me a second to get there, but I finally figured out what was happening.
Yeah. It was being in the dream. It's again such another good book moment that we keep seeing in this season, where Ishii does pop out even after he's sealed up and causes havoc or wars or whatever he's up to. Here he is 95 years before everything's going down, and he's just rescuing some random kid wandering around Tanchico. Like, either he was paying attention prior to that, or he just saw her and was like, she looks handy. which
That's what I want to know. It's like, what did he just like pop out and it's like, aha, I have a little girl that's in desperate need of help. I think I'll make her a dark friend. Like, does he have like radar for this? Where did this even? How did he find her?
What would dark friend radar be called? I feel like there needs to be a fun name for that. Darkdar doesn't know.
Dadar? I don't know.
Yeah. Dufdar, DF Dar, dark friend Dar. I don't know. Oh, okay. Apparently, Max is coming now. We're talking about the Forsaken and Chosen things. Apparently, Sarah said on Twitter that Sarah Nakamura, this is, said on Twitter she flagged some of those times and they weren't able to change them because of writer strike issues.
That makes sense.
Fair enough. Yeah. Okay, that's fair. Yeah. So, but yeah, like how he found Liandrin. That's either he's been paying attention for a while. Does he just randomly wander the dreams of people? Do you think? This one's
I wonder if he
susceptible
had
to-
someone in her household who heard about what was happening and was like, I'm going to go to sleep and tell him.
I'm gonna go to sleep and tell him.
There's this girl
Sorry,
running
I
around.
kind of like the idea that
I gotta-
he's like
open.
creeping around through like thousands and thousands of dreams until he finds one. He's like, aha, yeah, you'll do.
Yeah, like interesting how he managed to find her like that in the perfect moment. So I mean, he's got nothing else to do with his time. It's not like he's
Quite literally.
Yeah,
It's not
he
like
is
he
just
can leave.
no. Yeah, he can't even be like, I'm gonna go take a break. Like, I've watched too much TV. I'm going to take a nap or anything. Whatever it is. He's just like, I got literally nothing. I can't even move a finger. It's just gonna be done. Someone could. Roland suggests maybe someone could have registered her killing spree again. Like, I don't. Interesting. Question for Rafe or Rami, actually. Hey, Rami, how did he know to go see? To go see Liandrin right then. So,
or maybe he just hangs out in Tanchico dreams a lot because there's apparently a lot of very bad and desperate people in Tanchico. I don't know. Doesn't seem like a very nice place.
Yeah, Tanchico could possibly be, the rough spot. That's ideal recruitment grounds,
Exactly.
I suppose. Yeah. But yeah. But going back to Moggy, like. I want to suggest that we get a blooper reel, not from Natasha this time, and obviously some of the others, but a blooper reel specifically around Leia Costa.
Yes.
How many times did you have to spit in that teapot?
Yeah. Exactly. How
many different pairs of underwear she have to rip with her teeth?
Were they
Does she get it
pre-ripped?
stuck
Were
in
they
her teeth?
pre-ripped for
Like-
her so she could just like, go on. How did they test like the fabric to see which was most like rippable teeth?
It's just bloopers of her pulling fabric out of her mouth, just like like a cat hair.
Like
Now I'm imagining like Sharon as like the costume designer having to be like, okay, we got to find a fabric that she can tear with her teeth really easily. Now all of the like little like interns like testing it.
She's like, someone's gone to be like, Sharon, you need to find this set material, and then you need to make, this many sets of
20 pairs of different, different
yeah,
fabrics. She can try
exactly.
them all. Or for all the takes that they'll need to do.
Oh, yeah, it's that's definitely got to be the blooper reel or whatever that we see. I think it's going to just be, if that's what they put on screen, what did they not put on screen?
Was that the best take?
Were they the best takes? Were they just the ones they thought wouldn't actually send us off the edge?
Yeah, I want to know like what else they thought of that she might do to their stuff that they didn't include.
Yeah. It's but yeah, an absolute pleasure to watch. And when she was I was going to say channeling, it's not compulsing the girls, that was a pretty perfect moment, wasn't it? I absolutely love
the
that
way
scene.
she just immediately slipped into being a girl's girl while still being like, you're still gonna do what I want though, right? Like it felt very Mean Girls, like
that gave me a little bit of like
Coded.
flashbacks to high school. I'm not gonna
Right?
lie. Like,
it's like, oh, you're fawning over me because I'm the most popular one. Like that's how it felt.
Yeah.
And she was just reveling in having all of their attention and devotion.
She was reveling in it. It's just they were like fighting over each other to like give answers and things, and then she's like, "No, I know their names. Shush," you know. So even when she first walks in, and then the compulsion hits, they both just like move in synchronized, to be like the hands move,
almost like puppets,
Yeah, it was really. Knuckles is like, okay, it's Regina George all of a sudden. So
a little bit.
Who here has
Her
been
burn book was
personally
ripping.
victimized by Moghedien?
Right. It's just a sea of hands.
Oh yeah, there is. Starting with Sharon and all of the costume team who had to make the underwear. But yeah, that scene was just. I mean, it wasn't a joy to watch in terms of what she was doing to the characters, but it was a joy to watch because it was such a well put together book scene that they pulled off. I can only imagine what their facial muscles felt like after that, because there was a lot of smiling going on.
Yeah, and they did such a good job with the like smiling, but like it wasn't reaching their eyes. Like it wasn't a real looking smile. Like that's hard to do. They did really well.
Yeah.
Especially, I think that's the most Nynaeve smiled in the entire show.
Oh, for sure.
So that must have been such a hard shooting day for her, where she's just like, my face hurts.
She had to get like a massage afterwards.
Yeah.
Seriously.
She's like, I've had to smile in this episode and laugh in this episode, and just so much that is not my regular character. Like,
yeah,
please, this is not okay. It's and sorry, I seem to have caused some debate in chat with the compulse, which I know is not an English word, but I feel like it's just the word we use. So I'm sorry if I've done this. Oh, Laura says technically the underwear may have fallen under the prop department. I don't know. Again, I feel like we need to make a list of questions. Question for Sharon or what?
Maybe it's like a team effort. Like,
who was in charge of
it's
the
fabric. Someone has to get it, right?
This is true. Yeah. Question for Sharon or what?
Yeah. Did you design the rippable underwear?
Rippable underwear.
If it was the prop department, imagine having to pack that shipment to deliver to the studio. Like there's someone at like some random lingerie boutique who's just like, what the actual fuck are they ordering all of this for? Why do they need 300 pairs of women's underwear? Oh god.
Imagine if someone wasn't told why and they were just like, can you just go order 300 pairs of this, please? And they're like, oh, okay.
Okay, sure.
I mean, I'll take your money, but also what's happening?
Yeah. It's yeah.
I mean, honestly, though, overall that scene, I feel like it would have been very easy to do it badly, or just really cheesily, and I thought they nailed it. Like that was like peak horror right there, because exactly what's going on, but it's so like, got this like veneer of happiness and joy and rainbows, and yet like literally the worst thing that could have happened. They gave away the thing they just found, and had no control whatsoever, except for the moment when Nynaeve fights back, which I loved. That was great.
I'm really excited to ask Aisha later about that one. So, folks, if you're not aware, the last hour of this live stream, 6 to 7 p.m. Eastern, we have a show only watcher come join us, Aisha, and that's actually one of the questions I'm really eager to ask her about. Be like, what did you think of this scene here, where she was like, using compulsion on the girls and such, and then like she's like, give me the bracelet, and Nynaeve's just like smiling but not letting go. Like, what did you think of that? But I'm curious.
Like, the smile slips a little bit there too. Like you can tell that like she's pushing against the compulsion, which is great. Great.
I'm gonna have to have like a drink to hand so that when she's answering, I can just be like, Matt Hatch hiding my face. Yeah, like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, because if she picks up on that, if she turns around and says like, "Well, I think they're going to be like mortal enemies now," and I'm just going to be like,
Tell me more.
Interesting thought.
Why do you think that? Whatever would cause you to say that?
Yeah.
So, yeah. I love the underway conversation is carrying a bit in chat. Knuckles, Moghedien, increase your fiber intake. That was it. Didn't read it.
Fibers, you say?
Fibers.
I know where there's an entire drawer of fibers.
Not that kind of fiber, jeez.
Yeah. Well, that was it. She stopped listening at that stage. So, and apparently, because again, I'm bad. I'm still behind. I did catch up on the other one, but I'm behind on her reaction this week. Apparently, I actually had very strong thoughts about Rand in the breakup scene. I think because she felt needed. Yep, that's fair. So now that she's had some time to reflect, I will be curious about that. So it's going to be quite a thing. The other thing in this scene between Moghedien and the girls is when she figures out that Nynaeve is blocked, kind of just by looking at her, which speaks of how perceptive she kind of is. But then Nynaeve just gives her the why. She explains. And what kills me about this, which is really, it's really sad to see what she's feeling and the reasons she is blocked and such, which I think we all, as book readers reasonably well understand. She's not going to know that she's admitted this to anyone. Like she's kind of hiding this from herself. Elayne's not going to remember she said it. It's like, here's the answer of why you're blocked, which would help you get unblocked. And only Moghedien.
And you'll never know.
And you'll never know. Like, because on a subconscious level, but you can't admit that, which is why you're still blocked. And I was just like, damn.
Yeah.
It's, yeah. And Iris is right. Yeah, the Sail Mistress also kind of picked up on a block, but that was more like she likes to control things. It wasn't more of a, like.
Which is also true. Like they're kind of both like, joint or like two puzzle pieces kind of for why.
Yeah.
S, who is that with you, by the way? She keeps popping.
Franklin.
Franklin. Oh, this is Franklin.
Yeah.
Oh, yay.
See how much fur he has on his stomach now? It's all growing back.
Oh, it's grown back. Oh, I'm so happy.
He hasn't had a hair tie since.
Good. Yeah. They do. Yeah. He's not the first cat I've known that have done that, but yeah.
The cat ate something they shouldn't? Never.
Nah.
Only a dozen of them, not a big deal.
Yeah. I caught mine. I caught O'Neill playing with a hair tie once when I first got him, and I was just like, no, that is not a toy. I know what cats do with those things.
Yeah,
so,
seriously.
Yeah. It is. Bless him.
He's feeling a little feisty right now and trying to bite me.
He's like, yeah, you had me shaved, woman.
I'm ashamed forever.
Yes.
We'll never recover from this.
Showed my unkept, belly hair to YouTube,
He's like, you keep showing off my man nipples and I don't appreciate it.
Those hills of Tanchico.
Yes. Oh God. But yeah, no, the scene where she reveals it's heartbreaking to watch for Nynaeve, whether you like Nynaeve or not in the show. And I'm pretty sure she's got more show lovers than book lovers. I know people that don't like Nynaeve in the books who are just like, I actually like her in the TV show. Still not my favorite, but I do like her more. But I really did feel for her at this moment. Although I'm not sure getting a hug from Moghedien is what I want. Going to help, like, like just the black fingertips, the necrotic.
I love how all of every single book reader at that part was like, no,
yeah,
no.
I doubt there was a show watcher who was watching that and being like, "Oh, nice! Look, she's giving her a
That's
hug."
true.
You know, like.
But it's the thing, you know more, like if you know just how much they have, like of their rivalry they'll have in the
Oh, yeah.
future. It's just like, get away from her.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be. It would be like if Lanthir hugged Egwene. You know, like it
She
would.
did stroke her face a
Yeah.
lot.
She did. Oh, what is it with the Forsaken and
They
stroking
love-
faces?
They're just like,
Touching the
ooh, ooh.
like it's.
Like, is there a Forsaken at this point that hasn't touched someone's face? I guess maybe Sammael hasn't.
Sammy? Yeah, there we go. Although I think he tried to smash people's faces with his hammer.
I
I
don't know if that
suppose
counts.
that
but,
doesn't really
you
count.
know.
But yeah, it's yeah. I don't think, and obviously we haven't seen Grendel revealed yet. I know there's theories of who is Grendel. And then who else do we have apart from that? Ravin, who he's just charming people anyway. I'm sure he's probably been all touchy-feely. He's definitely touchy-feely with Morghedien.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then still gets me when I watch, because I've got, every time I'm at home, whether I'm doing something or not, I've always got Wheel Time playing on the TV to try and get the numbers still going type thing. I just put it on mute if I'm not actually going to watch it. And every time that scene sort of rolls around, I'm still just like, yeah, still didn't see it, where he was like, using compulsion to make everyone be like, oh, Gabriel, how nice to meet you, how see you again, it's been so long, but yeah, he's definitely touchy-feely. They're all like that, all the Forsaken. So, and if they're like
part
that,
of the interview to become a Forsaken, like it's like, how comfortable are you with face touching on a scale of 1 to 10?
Yeah,
please demonstrate
Comfortable
your
are you
most
with
Lila's
your
like,
most productive
you
face
petting
touch.
people?
Lila's like, I will put my fingers in your mouth. I will chew your food for you. I will just iron your underwear with my teeth. Like.
And the Dark One's like, you're hired. I love it.
Yeah. Yes, commitment. So but yeah. Oh, DK Moon coming in. Sammy may have issues about faces. Oh,
he got his face touched once, and it didn't turn out
yeah, he did not like. That's an out of context comment there. Oh God. Amazing. Like Blind thought Moggy went from face touching to face scratching. I think she should be nameless. So yeah, that was weird. Yeah, and Max has a theory about the cheek scratching. She's testing whether Nynaeve's compulsion resistance was a fluke. Will you let me do whatever I want to? Oh,
Yeah, that makes sense.
maybe. Or maybe she's just insane and likes to leave her mark on people too, because she's Moghedien and I don't understand her. Who knows?
Right. That could be it too.
yeah, she's a tough nut to crack.
Because I feel like she could have, like, if she had played it like perfectly, she would have like not left any mark, not told them that there was someone at the room that knocked and got the wrong door. Like, why did she wouldn't need to say that. Like, she could have just left and they would have just been standing there like, what the hell just happened? I don't remember anything, and that would be it. Oh my God, the bracelet's gone. But it was almost like scarier to like have that little like leave that little scratch and be like, no, someone was definitely here. Like, you got.
Yeah.
So,
because I mean, some of it could have been, sort of excused by the drinking. I suppose she could have been like, once I leave, you will just get to, just go straight to bed.
you'll just feel trashed. Like, yeah.
You'll wake up in the morning and feel horrible, and then
the bracelet won't be there, and you'll think, oh my God, did we drop it? Like, on the way, what happened?
Did someone rob us while we were in bed, passed out?
Right. It's like she almost wanted them to know that it was, I mean, not her specifically, but that it was somebody significant. And not a good significant.
No. I know. I think we should ask, we should get another opinion on this. So why don't we ask, I a fellow channeler to Moghedien, but not necessarily in the evil camp, in the good camp, I believe. Jess, why do you think Moghedien didn't just completely be like, you will remember nothing and not realize I was here, not even the maid, you will just go to bed and be trashed and then wake up in the morning and realize the bracelet's gone? Like, you know, why did she leave them the cover story of the maid was, I know it's book relevant, but why did Show Moggy do this?
Pop quiz.
I love this. I've welcomed Jess to the stream with a question. I love doing
I mean, I feel like the answer to all of this is just because she's crazy. Like,
She's crazy though. She's spitting in the food. Like, girl, you are not only crazy, but you are also petty, and I love it.
We've developed a theory around the underwear. She went to see her dietitian, and she didn't listen clearly. And the dietitian was like, "You need more fiber in your diet." And she's like, "Fiber? I don't want to get fibers. I will get fiber." You know, and that's where the underwear came from.
Yeah, I think that largely. I don't know that there's a. Here's the thing about Moghedien. She does shit. And you don't know if she has a reason, like there's a plot, or if she's just batshit. Because at any point in time, anything that she does could just be because she's batshit. Like when she crushed that girl's face, maybe she wanted to kill her for a reason. Maybe she's just fucking crazy. And you don't know.
Yeah, that's fair.
I also loved how they had her like fucking with a black Aja to almost make her kind of slightly likable. I mean, not that she is, but it's like, you know, she's not just like fucking with the good guys. She's just fucking with everybody. Like,
Yeah.
Like, because you know, no one's like, yeah, you know, the black Aja are great, and here she is, you know, spitting their food and eating their underwear. So it's so weird.
You missed a whole conversation about
eating it. Like,
Leafy, yeah.
Girl was having fun with it, and I'm like, all right.
We're like, this has got to be a whole question segment for Sharon or walk on and be like, so tell us how you procured the underwear. Like, did you go through fiber ripping tech? Because in the last season,
did you just go to Walmart and grab something?
Did you practice? How many did you have to go through?
Like Natasha had issues like ripping that stuff with her teeth, didn't she? Where she kept like, do you see? Remember in the bloopers, and it was all just like she wasn't ripping it effectively.
There are bloopers. Oh, I never saw bloopers. I haven't been online. I've been chronically offline.
No, for season 2.
Oh, for season 2.
Yeah, when Natasha's just like, you know, it's not the one like you're killing me, killing you. Whatever the line is, I can't remember.
Right. Okay,
yeah.
okay. Yeah,
There's a moment in there where she's like, her and Yosha are in bed doing the monster reveal sex scene, and she's like tied him to the bed with like material
like,
that's just ripped with her teeth.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's bloopers where it's just like ripping, but very ineffectively. So like, So Amazon, I know clearly you're listening, you know, and Sony, just, you know, go and release some blooper cuts for us, you know, just of episodes we've already seen, like, you know, episodes that
release the underwear bloopers.
I need blooper reels. I need behind the scenes. I need like individual tours of the set I need everything that is possible. I need it.
You need to recreate it like Ready Player One style in the 3D, like just interactive environment that we can all just go explore.
In my VR area in my home.
My VR room.
Yeah. So Karis is coming. She's like, I feel like obviously Moghedien was punishing the Black Argy because she had to be their servant. I love this logic here. She's like, she's choosing to be their servant so that she can, you know, be under the radar because that's what she wants to do. But she would also be petty enough to be like, well, I've chosen to be here, but I hate you for making me have to choose this or wanting to choose this. So I'm going to punish you for my decision. You know,
because of the way you did this. Now I have to pretend to be a wait staff. And I'm going to tear up all of your stuff and spit in your food about it, is what it feels like.
Yeah.
I also just want to know, like, did she? I want to see how did she end up there? Like, did she just walk up? Did she use compulsion on all them to like make them hire her or whatever? But she's just like, oh, I live in the house. I'm the old servant. Don't kill me. I'll serve you. I don't know. Like, I'm curious how that came to be because they're just like talking about their plots right in front of her, and so
that is true.
I thought that was interesting.
I feel like they might be used to sort of wait staff, servants, novices, all of that sort of being like furniture.
Like they don't count. Like they're just sort of there. Yeah.
They're not supposed to listen, but if they do, they know better than to say anything. So I feel like, because like we know that she wiped out everybody at that wedding, but I don't think that there was any indication that she wiped out anybody else. Like I could see her being the kind of person who is sympathetic to people who are serving in the home of a family that is so awful and keeping them on with the idea that, okay, they have discretion because this is their job. And then she doesn't know who they are. And so Moghedien just shows up and is like, yeah, no, I totally go here.
She doesn't even go here.
Or maybe they bludgeon wiped the memory of everybody, and they thought they did it to her too.
Also, yes.
So like, if they don't
actually,
remember anything, they have no place to go or to tell because they literally don't know any other place other than the manor.
Yeah, actually, that makes even more sense.
That does make a lot more sense.
Legend wiped. I like that.
Yeah.
And Moggie's just like, that's cute.
Yeah, I love that you tried.
Oh, you
tried.
She's. It's almost like Varen's moment where he's just like, "Oh, you hit me with your mind scrambler. I'll, all right, she did have a minor nosebleed, but like, I'll pretend to fall down. So,
oh no,
no, oh look, my brain is fine. So, yeah. Now I've just got visions of Varen spitting in tea and chewing people's food and underwear and such, and I'm just like,
she would never. She's classy.
Yeah, she'd use a pair of scissors.
She's petty in more elevated ways.
She probably has a sewing kit with scissors in it that she would use for that purpose. So
yeah, that would. Yeah, she would do that sort of thing. That's brilliant. Oh yeah, Knuckles is pointing out that Liandrin probably murdered all the servants. So yeah, they probably did just hire someone new. That's quite possible. So.
Well, she murdered them or not based on how they treated her 95 years ago. But
oh, right, yeah.
Not that they'd still be there. I mean,
yeah, I don't know that anybody would still be there. So
yeah,
or just like on principle, like I hate all servants because some of them didn't help me back in the day. I mean, I guess I don't know.
I mean, it's also possible. Yeah. So.
These are the things we need to know, Rafe.
These are the things we need to know.
Seriously.
This is important.
This is the stuff we would find out on a VR set tour. So, like
seriously.
Yeah, like come on. Get it together.
Or just release the scripts. Just let us have the scripts before they got
release the
out.
scripts. Yeah.
You want to know what I need is I need the Rafe cut. I need the Rafe cut of every season. We need what got cut that you wanted to keep in there. Like what got filmed but ended up getting cut for whatever reason, I need to know because there've been a couple of points. I have said many times that I'm a golden retriever that just likes to like things, but there have been a few moments where it's been like, okay, I'm willing to yes and this, but it does feel like there's something missing here. Like there was maybe something that they filmed that ended up getting cut that would have made it make more sense. And so that's what I want to see. Like, what did you want to put on television? What did you film that you wanted to put on television? That's what I want to see.
Yeah.
I need like a Lord of the Rings extended edition length. Of every season. So like season 1, here's your Wheel of Time extended edition.
Yes.
And then we get all the parts that they cut out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Where they're supposed to go.
Wasn't there a scene with who's the guy who dies at the wall in season 1? Agoma?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Isn't there supposedly a scene where you see him sort of like pull himself out the rubble? I'm sure someone's mentioned that. Or am I just hearing that? Am I just making that up?
I don't remember hearing anything about that, But we saw him get wounded, but we never saw him actually die, which I was like, okay, I don't buy that he's dead. So we didn't see it, so I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Which
Feels
may
like,
or may
in this
not
show,
come
even if
into
you
play
see somebody look like they're dead, they might not be dead. So who knows?
Well, yeah, like
Either.
Sammael is a perfect example. He looks like he's crushed under a bunch of rocks, but I bet he's not.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, we did a poll earlier.
Yeah, Lanfear healed a slit throat. I'm sure that Sammael can fix some crushed bones or whatever.
Yeah.
Traumatic
Yeah,
brain
absolutely.
injury.
Yeah. It would. Yeah. Sorry, just traumatic brain injuries. Like, nah, I'm good.
Was it the
but just walk it off,
or whatever?
You know? So, but yeah, I like this release the Judkins cuts. That needs to be that's a hashtag in the works there, folks. So
well, and it's just I feel like, especially after having seen him in interviews and stuff like that, like the more I hear him talk and the more I see what he's doing with the show, the more implicitly I trust him with this material. And so I know that he fought for stuff. And sometimes he won and sometimes he lost. And so I would love to know what he fought for to put in the script and got it and filmed it, but then lost when it came to actually putting it in the final product. I want to see that. And honestly, seeing the scripts and what like he wanted in there that ended up getting cut, like, and I know that I'm certain that there are like a billion iterations of these things, so it might not even be possible to do something like that. But like,
I mean, if you've read his pilot script, the original pilot script he wrote, like there's a whole Matt and what was the name of the girl that he stole the bracelet from in the first episode?
I don't remember.
Danya? Yeah, there's a sex scene between him and Danya in the original pilot script.
Oh, I remember hearing about that. Yeah,
that's how he steals the bracelet.
Like it was going to be hot too.
That's how he steals the bracelet. Yeah, exactly. So you know, it's definitely scripts definitely do change. So it would be interesting to see some of them. Every time I see one of those scripts go up at charity auctions, I'm like, I just know that's going to be way, way outside of any possible budget I could possibly conceive of. You know?
Every time I see one, I'm like, I want that so bad, but I don't have.
But also, money, please.
Yes,
money, please.
Amazon, just shill us all, like, you know. So
I guess I could sell one of my yachts, you know, to
purchase the script. I mean,
what's the good of being an Amazon shill?
Yeah, you only need one yacht to sail over for Malkiri. So you know,
that's true. I can sell, you know, one of the other
kidneys,
5.
I only need one.
Exactly, I have 2 kidneys.
I mean, my body keeps making plasma. I can keep selling it. It's fine.
There we go.
It's fine.
There we go. All good. So, Jess, do you have a favorite part of the episode that you'd like to talk about? We kicked it off with one straight away very important part, which was obviously, you know, the titties of Tanchico. So,
I mean, that was absolutely a highlight, and it might be my entire personality at this point for sure. That was fantastic. That was really fun. I hollered when I heard Tom singing. I'm like, oh my God, it's Tom, it's Tom, it's Tom. Ah! And I like yelled. Very excited about that. When at the end, when Sammael comes in with I'm guessing Shido.
Yeah.
Oh, that is the ribbon that needs to be out there.
Ribbon, right?
I'm a shill of Tanchico.
I want that on a sweatshirt.
Yeah,
something is starting to cook in my brain already. When Avienda comes in with her power spears.
Oh, yes.
And to like start, I'm guessing it must have been some of the Shido that he came in with.
I think so, yeah.
And started beating ass. I really liked that part. I thought the part where he was trying to bring Asera back to life was really, really powerful. Every single episode that we watch, I'm like, God damn it. Yosha Stradowski is an amazing actor. And then he like just kicks it up another notch. And I'm like, my brother in Christ, there's gotta be a ceiling on this, right? Like, bro.
Not yet.
Yeah.
God damn it.
Yeah.
I am glad that they didn't make her like full on meat puppet. That would have been zombie child would have been too much for me, I think. But that was still really powerful. Min and Nynaeve bonding in the bar
That
was very good.
Yeah.
When she's like, you're scowling, and Nynaeve's like, that's just my face. Like,
I related so hard.
I felt like that was just
My
very kind of
sisters,
classic Nynaeve. It's just my face.
It felt like Tommy Lee Jones in the, is it like he's the undercover FBI agent got to look after the cheerleaders, and they're like, show us your happy face. He's like, this is my happy face. You know, every time. You know, it's so good. Yeah. That was a fun moment between the two of them. And it's the first time we've heard Nynaeve laugh.
I know. It's very good.
I just love that. Nynaeve, was that a joke?
Yeah.
She's like, I think it
Excellent.
was.
I think so.
She's even shocked by it. Like, oh, I made a joke. What the hell is this?
She's like, what was in this drink? You know, like
And I feel like sometime in the next 2 episodes, we've got to like Nynaeve's got to break her block this season, right?
I hope
Like,
so.
because like I get what they're doing with it, but we're now 3 seasons in and she hasn't been able to do fuck all unless she's been, and I said this in my video, unless she has been extremely emotionally dysregulated, she hasn't been able to do shit. And so I feel like going into season 4 with that still happening is it's gonna be really old by that point. I would really love to see that. And I feel like we're laying groundwork for it, like what she talked about with the sail mistress, and then she got a little bit drunk and was having fun and loosening up a little bit, and like when she was under compulsion by Moghedien, saying that like she's afraid of it, that's why she's having trouble. You know, I feel like we're stacking things up to a breakthrough, and I think especially if we're going to get Nynaeve and Moghedien going head to head this season, which I feel like we are, maybe.
That'd be interesting.
I don't know, like
because I mean, like
Sarah,
they've laid the groundwork for going to the Panarch's palace to get the collar. They're not going to wait until season 4 to do that, right?
Yeah.
That's
So
That'll
Yeah.
be good be real against Golden Eyes, which we know the next episode is going to be very
mhm.
Two Rivers heavy.
yeah.
That'd be a good
So
second time or second path.
Yeah, I mean,
So,
they've almost made the block, like, they've made the block worse in the show for her. Like, it's basically, like, she just can't do anything. Like, in the books, at least she can get herself mad pretty easily, because, like, that's kind of the joke. She's always mad, right?
Yeah.
And
That's
so,
the
like,
secret.
it's not even, that's not even a thing in the show. Like, she basically just can't do it unless she just completely, like, loses it.
loses her shit. Yeah.
And,
Well-
you know, so.
And I kind of like that they did that, because it makes the stakes higher. You know, there have been multiple situations where she's wanted to be able to help and she couldn't. And, you know, that just, I think, kind of compounds the issue,
Right.
you know?
They just have to
So-
find that balance between, like, you know, they've made it so bad that they can't keep it going for too much longer then,
Mhm.
because then it's like, okay,
So now-
well, what,
yeah.
what's she gonna do? Ever?
Yeah, it, like, at
So-
what point is it sort of like, all right, well, that's a lost cause?
Well, and if you think about
Um,
it too, like in the books, when does she break her block? Is it in book 7? I think it is.
So
They kind of blur at that stage.
It's like
but it-
basically
it's
like the middle
before
of the
the start.
series. So
Yeah.
you think about, like, if we can.
yeah, I
mean,
remember when she's on a boat
like that.
going out to a sea folk vessel. I remember that.
Yeah.
I thought it was in Tanchico, but then somebody said it was in Ebudar.
Yes.
And
Abu Dhabi.
Moghedien goes to blow the boat up and she almost drowns, and that's what finally does
Right.
it. So, you know, I'll be interested to see if that's
So
how
if that's
they
kind of like the midpoint of the book series is when she broke her block. I mean, this is sort of maybe the midpoint-ish of the TV show, and so
Yeah.
I mean,
Max-
it kind of
Max
lines
puts,
up too.
He says he appreciates that she doesn't have that easy get a jail free card. Like, I
Mhm.
can't think of any instances where Nynaeve's book block is actually truly a problem in a high stakes situation. Like you say, she's always, you know, that's a secret. She's always angry. So we could have that moment here in Tanchico. For some reason, she could be going out on a boat and Moghedien could try to attack her. And she could we could literally have that. It would be that book 7 moment where she sort of semi-drowns and has to save herself.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Would anyone be
Interesting that she'll run across Matt hanging, and that is what will finally like push her to do it.
Oh, you mean what Lottie's just put in chat? I think
Yeah,
she'll come
that
across Matt hanging the heel and breaking a block before she fights Moghedien. Okay. I mean, okay, here's a theory. Just literally come up with it right now. That tail ends on the whole, she's in the water, Moghedien attacks her, she drowns, has to save herself, surrenders, all that sort of thing. Then maybe she goes after Moghedien in response, and they have the fight in the palace.
I
mean,
that.
that makes the most sense to me. You know, the
Yeah.
only issue that I have with the idea that coming across Matt hanging is what's going to push her through is that what we've seen up to this point is high pressure situations are not what is going to make her do it. If that's going to do anything, it's going to put her in that like huge emotionally dysregulated state, like when everybody almost died in season 1 where she went supernova and
Right.
healed everybody. You know, I feel like that's what would end up happening if she found
Yeah.
Matt like that. You know, it's got to be something else where
She has to
she's
like give up
completely out of
almost,
control.
Like, yeah.
Exactly. She has to give up control. She has to finally surrender to the inevitable, basically. And then, you know, and that's what it described in the books is that she's like, all right, well, this is it. I'm dying. And
Yeah.
then she just finally like she accepts it, and then in comes Saidar, and she kicks ass. So, you know, I feel like it would have to be a situation where she's forced into a situation where she has no choice but to give up control. And
Is Matt hanging going to do that though?
I don't think so.
No.
Because I think if that did, then so would, you know, like her in the end of last season, like seeing
Mhm.
Rand literally getting attacked by a Forsaken, and that didn't do it.
Yeah. And he got
Yeah.
stabbed by the dagger. Like,
right. Like he's like
that
dying
wasn't
on the
gonna do it,
ground,
like,
and that couldn't
no.
make her channel. So
Yeah. That's why I think bringing in that moment from book 7 where she like gets drowned is probably a moment where it's just like, well, I've got nothing left. Like, you know, there's no option now. Like, I'm either,
Mhm.
you know,
Like I literally
either,
don't have any other choice.
yeah.
Yeah.
Could this be because didn't someone say? Was there an interview where someone said there's a controversial moment in episode 8? Am I right in remembering that, or am I making that up?
It sounds
I have
vaguely
no idea.
familiar.
there was like some one of the review articles mentioned something about like the finale might be divisive or something like that.
Divisive. That was the word.
There
Thank
was
you. Yeah.
something along those lines, but they didn't. There was no specifics.
I mean, when hasn't it been? So what's new?
I was just. Now that I've asked that question, this doesn't feel like a divisive way to have her break her block. That doesn't feel like it'd be a divisive moment.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
No. So, I'm curious what the poll is saying. That I put in chat. Will Nynaeve break her block this season? It's pretty even split, although only about a third of you watching have actually gone and voted in the poll. So please go and vote in the poll. If you are watching here on YouTube, which is everybody, so because we are live on Instagram as well. So say hi, Instagram.
Hi, Instagram.
Hi, Instagram.
There are
That was
there are a
beautiful.
couple people in chat who are making some good points about how there have been sort of layers laid that indicate that women don't have to submit in order to be able to use Saidar, like with Rand saying that, you know, don't submit to it, like grab it when she was talking about using Sakarnan. Same thing with the Sailmistress saying there are many ways to be a channeler. You know, everybody's telling Nynaeve, you have to surrender to it. You have to surrender to it. And it's sort of like maybe at some point, maybe what'll happen, because we haven't really seen Nynaeve get really angry. Like angry isn't Nynaeve's thing.
Right.
So maybe something happens. Somebody said something about like her realizing maybe that somebody had used that Moghedien had used compulsion on them. Maybe she gets mad and she grabs it, and that's what does it.
Yeah. I roll
Very
with
much a
Miss
how
Bethesda,
dare
yeah.
you use that against me kind of
You
situation.
bitch. You
Right.
thought. So,
Yeah.
I like that actually. Like giving in to I mean, she's obviously a control freak. She doesn't show a lot of really strong emotion. You can tell that she's
I don't think she's
pushing it down.
I don't think in the show we've ever actually seen her give in to rage. She's very controlled about all her emotions. She'll just be very standoffish and snappy. But I wonder, I mean, just going based off of that idea about realizing she was compulsed, whatever. I like the idea of her realizing that and then just being so fucking mad that she just can't control herself anymore.
Yeah.
Ooh, maybe that could also be the moment that Elayne, in combination with Tom, realizes that Gabriel is not her mom's boyfriend of 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Maybe there's a situation where somehow they realize something was done to us, so we don't remember it. It wasn't the drink. And that gets removed or revealed. And in that process, Elaine's memories of Gabriel, or like the extra 10 years of Gabriel memories, get sucked out with it. And then she's like, hold up, who's that dude who claims to be my mom's boyfriend of 10 years? And Tom's like, wait, who? No, he doesn't exist. That's not a real thing.
That's not a thing at all.
Yeah. Yeah, that's really not a thing.
Well, and we know that, like, we've already had the I can't think of the fucking word, but they're already talking about Nynaeve sort of like doing brain doctoring stuff, right? So
Yes.
we've already got, she's talking about trying to help Matt with his memories. So let's say, stick with me here. Let's say she figures out the Moghedien compulse them. She gets angry. She seizes the source, figures out that's how she can access it, does whatever she's going to do. And then she goes in to Elayne's brain to untie whatever compulsion knots are in there so that she can also remember. And that's how she's like, my mom does not have a boyfriend. My mom don't need a man. What the fuck is that? Who is that guy?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Huh?
I mean, she wouldn't be able to heal her own memories that have been overlapped with compulsion, but perhaps she could show Elayne how to.
Well, and I'm not saying that she would be healing her own. She would be healing Elaine's. What I'm saying is that, like, she was already fighting the compulsion with Moghedien.
True. Oh, so she breaks it herself, you're saying?
She breaks that herself and then goes and does the Elayne thing.
Yeah.
Because now she can channel with impunity and can actually go in and fucking fix stuff. So
yeah.
I
like this.
I can see her breaking the compulsion herself, yeah. I mean, the fact that after Moggy left, Nynaeve was really just like, this isn't right. Something is, like, off here. And Elayne was kind of just like, oh, we were doing this and this. And Nynaeve's like,
that
doesn't sound right. Something's wrong.
Yeah. And then with the cut on her face and the bracelet's missing, and they're like, shit's fucky.
Yes. I'm going to end the previous poll. Will Nynaeve break up lock this season? It did swing in yes, but not a huge. It's sort of, 56-44. But I'm going to ask another question now. And what we're going to ask is, will Nynaeve, if I click on the question typing part, will Nynaeve break her compulsion and heal? We'll ask that first, and then we'll follow up with, like, will she heal Egwene, and then this season, just to clarify, because obviously she will break it eventually, full stop. And then we'll ask you whether she think that we'll get the Elayne, that's not my mom's boyfriend moment.
Because I feel like there are a lot of things that they could and maybe should do this season, just based on where the storylines are before they sort of wrap it up on sort of cliffhanger-ish kind of thing. Like, I feel like they've got to end it with the coup in the White Tower. Like, I feel like that's got to come at the end, right?
Yeah.
I feel like we've got to see them do the Two Rivers.
Well, I think we get the
Eating
two
the white
rivers.
cloaks and everybody.
Yeah, I think the two rivers will be finalized in episode 7.
Right. So
Or
we need to get
finalized
that
enough.
before the end of the season.
Yeah.
We need to figure out, we need to wrap up what's happening in the Waste and theoretically at least start heading for Tyr. They're talking about Kalendor. Are we going to get to Tyr? Like maybe our last shot of Rand is going to be him pulling Kalendor out. You know, because what I'm picturing is sort of like jumping from place to place. We've got Rand with Kalendor. We've got fucking Matt coming out of the doorway with his Ashendari and his amulet in his memories. And we've got Elida sitting on the seat. And whatever happens to Swan and Lyanna. Like, I feel like there are a lot of ends that we've got. There are a lot of threads right now that we need to tie the ends off at the end of the season because we're close. I feel like we're close enough to being able to resolve them. That it would be weird to carry them over to season 4. But I am also not a TV writer. Or
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we get like Tyr and Kalendor resolved this season. I think that's just been laid for future plot lines and such. I'm just thinking of the trailer, what we saw in the trailer that we haven't seen yet. So, for example, when Rand goes up to the Aiel at Al-Kedal, and obviously the whole thing between him and Couladin, which I presume is when he reveals to the Aiel, like he does in the books, hey, you're all, meant to be.
Oh, that's right. We are getting that this season. Okay, so I take back what I said about Tyr.
Yeah. So yeah, I think you are right about Matt and doorframe stuff, but maybe we don't see that resolved. I'm not sure about that.
I mean, we saw. I feel like the little Easter eggs that they've been laying, they're little breadcrumbs. We've seen the door in the tower.
Yeah.
We saw the vision that Min had of him hanging from the door. And then we saw it again when she drew a picture of it. And it just, I mean, this is obviously not a monster of the week kind of thing, but, they're kind of dropping a lot of breadcrumbs about it. And then talking about like Nynaeve wanting to heal the holes in his memory. They brought it up again with like the old tongue thing, all of that. Yeah. They're dropping a lot of stuff about that to not do something about it this season. It's a lot of little breadcrumbs they're dropping to wait 2 years or however long it's going to be before we get season 4. I refuse to believe that we won't get it. It would be, I feel like this season is really fucking good. And if we got renewed after the first 2 seasons, which were good, but not like holy shit, this season is holy shit. So like, if we don't get renewed for that, I don't even know what to think.
Well, all 6 episodes released so far fill out the top 9. They round out the top 9 spots in the episode rankings for Wheel of Time completely. So out of all 22 episodes so far, the entirety of season 3 that's been released so far sits within the top 9.
Nice.
Which is pretty wild. Including the, I think, first and third ranked episode being 304 and 306.
Yeah.
So, which is
pretty
mad.
This season is freaking awesome. Like,
God
damn, y'all.
So, I did, apologies, Skeeter pointed out in chat, I did miss a P in the poll question.
Nice work.
Compulsion, but it's meant to say compulsion. So, I think I even put the L. Actually, now I've said that. Did I put the? No, I did. Oh, convolution. Yeah, convolution. Yes, I did. I thought maybe I put the L before the U as a convolution. Yeah, but that's a word. Do you know what? Nice. That's not as funny as on Three Readings last week's episode. Meg, we were talking about Bjorn Landside, just narrating things and whatever, and I was like, oh, we should get him, at some point we should get him on the podcast and just talk about things. He could just see there and do his, do his voice. And she was just like, oh, and then you would just see me melt into an aroused puzzle because for some reason the Z was in her head about something we'd previously said that I can't remember right now. And it instead of saying puddle, she said puzzle. And she's like, no, I meant to say puddle. I was like, no, puzzle is better because we have to put you back together afterwards. Like a puzzle.
Yes. That is perfect. Yeah.
Yes. I don't know. People very much like this. Going to the poll. Will Nynaeve break her compulsion this season? Yes, 71% say that. So, and I have seen some likes for the healing of Elayne. I want to say Egwene there for a second. That's not what I meant. So, or is this like a foregone conclusion that she's going to heal Elayne at this stage? Do we think?
I mean, I don't think it's a foregone conclusion. I feel like if she breaks her compulsion, I feel like there's a good chance. Because that also sort of leads the way to Nynaeve having like a particular interest in healing brain stuff, which then will lead into her healing the stilling for Swan and Lyanna, and then also for Moghedien, and then them figuring out that, oh, if a woman heals a woman, it's not as good, but if she heals a man, holy shit. So, you know, I feel like it would lead sort of naturally to that. So it makes sense to me, but I wouldn't go so far as to say it was a foregone conclusion.
Okay.
I think Elayne will be aware that she's been compelled after talking to Tom. Because Tom's going to, because he's going to be like, I was there, you know, years ago, whatever. Like, and she's going to be like, oh, well, Gabriel. He's like, who the fuck is Gabriel?
Yeah.
Like, he has no reason to lie. She doesn't really know anything about him. So then she's going to question, why do I think Gabriel's been in my life this whole entire time? And then she might go to Nynaeve and be like, there might be something else going on. Could you look for me?
Yeah. Do you remember that night we couldn't figure out what happened? You know, well, apparently my memories of my mom's boyfriend don't make sense either, according to her old boyfriend. that we just met. I mean, that's also
may or may not be my dad, depending on who you talk to.
Or may not be my dad, depending on who you talk to. Well, let's just say nobody's been tugging on his mustache.
Mustaches.
Yeah.
Thank God.
I know. They're sort of like, okay, you know what?
Sigh of relief. Holy shit.
That was definitely. I think initially people were just like, it's not the Tom I envisioned, but then we were like, yeah, but no tuggy mustaches. We were like, yes, in. Thank you.
Hey man, you know, what a meet cute for your dad to be singing on a table about titties with.
So I met him in a bar. Called me a lazy chit, and
I called him an old man.
And then I found out he was my dad, which makes sense in a way.
This is where she gets her bawdy song like obsession with, and like, you know.
I did notice that she was dropping some colorful language while she was in her Tanchico character, and I thought cat.
Ma'am, could you not be right there?
Well, thank you.
Butthole for the
that was a
camera.
nice nod to her intense interest in cuss words. From the book.
Yeah.
Oh, those are good scritches.
Oh yeah.
It is.
That's the good shit right there.
She's like, oh yeah. Oh, double fisting.
No.
Scritching. Double scritching.
Double scritches.
Double scritches, bless it.
Oh, stretch.
Yeah, I do. It is just everything about that is great. And then I did bring this up earlier, but obviously you weren't here at that point. The extra level of that where it's just like it's talking about the bracelets and the necklace for the sad bracelets. Like one's not enough and three is too many because there's two bracelets to put a man on his knees. You know, and obviously yeah.
I didn't even think about that.
Mm-hmm. And like, I don't know who came up with that. Someone mentioned it earlier, and I was just like, "Oh crap, that's great!" You're like,
yeah, I just thought it was about boobies, so you know.
Yeah,
I got a double entendre out here.
Yeah, exactly. You know, that's what Rami put on Instagram, wasn't it? Like, you go,
or is it a triple entendre? Because there are actually also real hills in Tanchico. So
yes.
I choose to believe that whoever wrote that song was very familiar with the fact that Robert Jordan was a breast man. And this was an homage to that. I choose to believe that.
Well, wrong mouse, Rob. Sorry, I'm trying to just.
How many mice do you have, my dude?
So to share the screen, I have to use for some reason I just can't get it to work. So I use Firefox if I want to share, if I want to put up the show. But the only way I can share that is if I share the whole screen. So that makes my second screen unusable most of the time. So what I do these days is I set up my laptop, and obviously that has its own separate mouse. Yeah, so that I can do, YouTube and put up polls and things like that. So yeah, that's why I just, I was like, damn, grab the wrong mouse. Just trying to start some questions that people put in chat. What were we saying just before? Totally lost what I was going to say then. Damn it. What were we just talking about?
Titties.
Yes. And the hills.
Titties and triple entendre.
Oh, yes, that was it. Yes. Okay. So apparently, so obviously this was inspired by Kira singing at the season 2 rap party, and that's why they're like, we need to put this into the
Oh,
show.
really? Oh, I didn't know that. That's fun.
Yeah, I think Rosamund shared that in an interview, or someone did. But apparently it was, although Rami wrote the lyrics, Rami Park, who wrote the episode, she wrote the lyrics. It was kind of like done in a writer's room situation where everyone was having fun and input on it as well, type thing. So it was almost like a full writer's room collaboration with like Rami.
I love that.
But yeah, it's they love it. Like, yeah, look, Jess coming in with the save. So all right, here we go. Yeah, and there was a comment on X that Sarah told them they needed a bawdy song, so it sort of came in from there.
Love that.
But yeah, so it's great. Yeah, it's a lot of fun. So okay, let me see the comments here. So questions from chat. Daniel is asking here, Faile's mother, is this a fake out or a big change?
I mean, I initially took it at face value.
Same.
But it was just a change they were making. But then I saw somebody point out that maybe it was a test that she was doing for her children, saying, I am a dark friend and you need to swear the oaths. And Faile's like, fuck you. But her brother was like, hell yeah. And her mom was like, stab, stab, stab. So
maybe.
Because like it wouldn't be the first time we saw a mother put her son down for being a dark friend. So, and they're like way more sort of hardcore up in the Borderlands. So I thought that was an interesting idea and would preserve everyone's love for Faile's mother, which is justified because she's kind of awesome.
She is very awesome. Sarah, do you have thoughts on Dark Friend Dira?
I don't know. I mean, honestly, I feel like I'm more inclined to take it at face value just because I don't think we'll see the Bashirs in the show, probably. I mean, we probably won't even see her dad, to be honest. Like, I don't know. Maybe we will, but I don't think we'll see Dara in the show. And it just feels like it was kind of an easy way to give her a little bit of backstory that wasn't going to affect any of the main characters that would, affect the plot. But that was just kind of my take on it. So who knows?
Okay. S, what was your gut reaction when you watched that moment?
I took it at face value too. I don't know. It just seemed like this is a change. I'm just going to see what happens with it. I wasn't really thinking too deeply about it because so many of the changes they've panned out in later seasons. So I'm just like, if they made this change, it's for a reason. Right. I won't understand the reason today, tomorrow, or the season, but there's a reason.
And it kind of gives her and Perrin a bit more of a way to bond too over this like traumatic stuff that happened in their past as well. And it gives Faile a little bit more, I don't know, agency than just, I ran away because I didn't want to be a pretty princess or whatever the hell she does in the book.
I don't remember who I was talking to about it. I think somebody somewhere had taken exception to that change because of the traumatic backstory. And I kind of objected to that on a couple of different levels. First of all, Faile's backstory was already tragic because the reason that she had to learn how to be the boss was because both of her brothers were killed in the Blight. So, like, she didn't want to do this, but she had to because her siblings were fucking dead. So, like, that already happened. And then, running away because she doesn't want to learn how to be the boss is a really good excuse for a 16-year-old. It is not a good excuse for a 26-year-old. She is a grown-ass woman. She needs a grown-ass woman reason to leave home. And that is a hell of a good one.
That's true. Yeah. I did see speculation, and I took it on face value for two reasons. Well, one reason initially, but now that I've chatted with Meg and Jen on Freewheeling, a second reason as well. So firstly, for me, it's one hell of a lie to tell if it's not true. It's the equivalent of saying like, oh, I ran away from my mother because she confessed that she's Ted Bundy 2.0, you know? And she was like, you should come be Ted Bundy with me type thing, you know? Because if that's not true, eventually when that comes out, you've got to say to the person you've told it to and or your mother to be like, oh yeah, I told them you were Ted Bundy. Like, you know, it's not it's not a lie that wins for anybody. You know, it's not something I just didn't want to give you my full I was trying to hide I was a princess, you know, or anything like that. There's no viable excuse for telling a lie of that magnitude about that's nasty about someone.
Yeah.
So
like unless you have a really terrible relationship with your mother, why would you say that about her?
Absolutely.
And even if you did, like, why? Yeah.
Why not just be like
say that about your mother?
Yeah, like
what a weird thing to lie about, I guess.
Yeah, it's a wild thing to lie about. And then when I was talking with Meg and Jen, we sort of speculated perhaps taking it as true, perhaps her brother tried to stop her, and this would. I mean, I don't know how I feel about this, but I was like, maybe because people are like, oh, we don't get Davram then. Like, you could still get Davram because maybe, you know, her brother tried to kill mom and she's like, nope. And then Davram had to do it, which would just be tragic. Like, I think it's just an easy way to cut out that story. I don't think we're getting great captains. I don't think, I think Davram's an easy cut from the story overall. Like, I just think it was an easy out to get rid of them. You know, to be like, gives Faile backstory, gives her trauma to bond with Perrin with, and then she's out, done, easy peasy. You know, but if you were desperate for Davram still, you could still have Davram. I mean, we could still have Dira. Maybe she's still alive. You know, there's nothing to say that. You know.
Well, and I would kind of be bummed if we didn't get the great captains because, like, I don't know. I kind of like the great captains, and it has nothing to do with the fact that I always thought that. What's his name? Oh, what's his name? From Camelin.
Gareth
Brine in the show.
It has nothing to do with the fact that I thought that he was hot. I don't have a type. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes. Well, your Silver Fox can be can just be
Ruark
instead. Thank you. I was going to say Rodell. I'm just like, no, yeah.
He's all of our Silver Fox now. Ooh, boy.
Have I played?
Problem.
Did you see the clip of him just before Wheel of Time came out, and he was like speaking in German and being like, "I can now reveal what I was filming last year in South Africa." Yeah, it's. Yeah,
you showed it to me, and I was like,
"It's a problem, Rob. It's a problem.
It's a huge problem."
I feel like I enjoy.
I'm gonna write a letter.
I enjoy playing it, so I'm just gonna play it again for you all
Dear
to
Ray
enjoy.
Judkins, how are you? I am not fine.
Yeah.
How dare you, sir?
Das letzte Jahr hat für mich ganz toll begonnen, denn ich war in Südafrika. Und dieses Jahr beginnt auch sehr gut. Denn jetzt darf ich euch endlich verraten, warum ich in Südafrika war. Ich durfte drehen für die Serie Das Rad der Zeit von Amazon, The Wheel of Time. Und da spiele ich den Clan-Chief der Aiel, Ruark. Also, schaltet rein ab dem 13. März auf Amazon Prime.
BRB, downloaded Duolingo to learn German, which I never thought I would do.
I understood Amazon and Prime and Ruark.
I understood Alf.
Clan Chief. Africa.
I also read German from the standpoint that if I'm looking at a piece of music that has German text, like I can read it, I can sing it. I don't know what it means. I don't necessarily like it all that much, but I can do that.
That's fair. I think Amazon should pay him for that soundbite where he goes Amazon Prime, and that should be just like played, like when it
Yes.
pops up, you know, that little sound effect they have, like from a game console sort of thing or whatever it's meant to be, and then it just goes Amazon Prime, you know, in Bjorn's voice.
Also, if they ever need to, like, you know, trade off new audiobook narrators with Rosamund, I mean, man,
I wouldn't be
Yeah.
mad about it.
There we go.
I'd listen to him read pretty much anything. So.
Yeah,
Yes.
in any language, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah.
Here's the back of a shampoo bottle. Can you just read it?
Yeah,
Yes.
literally just all the ingredients. Do your best. It doesn't matter.
We don't know what they are anyway. We're not listening
Just
to
put
the words.
syllables and vowels together. It'll be fine.
Well, and then I'm looking at this man with the white hair, and I'm like, click, 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 click. How old is this man? This man is technically younger than me, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to go climb in my grave now.
Wait, how old?
We're both 45. I will be 46 in April. His birthday is in January, apparently. So,
Oh, so he's 9
Just
months
went
younger.
gray really fast, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
which I'm not mad about it.
No, that's fair. So, yeah, thank you for hanging out, Andrew. I appreciate that. Like the video. on
Love
your
you,
way out.
Andrew.
So, it's the slowing Jess. That's what Knuckles says. Yeah. So
I take
yeah.
comfort in the fact that I don't look as old as I am.
No, you do not at all.
Excellent genes and youthful energy. That's what we'll say.
And
Certainly
yeah,
lifestyle.
follow your moves. Also, probably at the same time I was saying it, put in so Amazon just uses them saying Amazon Prime in every ad they have type thing. Yes,
Bingo.
so true, so true. But yeah.
Okay, DK Moon just said that I should be careful singing Hills of Tanchico in German if I don't know the meanings, and now I want to sing the Hills of Tanchico in German. Except I don't know how I would do, like, I don't know how the double entendres would work because I don't fucking speak it. But.
We'll have to ask Anna, Queen Anna. That's what we
Oh
should do.
yeah,
There we go.
Can you translate this to German?
Anna,
Yes.
can you please write some lyrics for me?
Yes. Amazing. So, right, where were we before I distracted us with the Ruark talk? Oh, great
I
captains.
don't know.
And
Oh yeah, great captains.
The great captains are a cool thing, but if you want to streamline the story, which we all know they have to do, they can't do. We're not getting 14 seasons, one book per season type thing. And even then, they're like 1,000-page books. It's it's a lot to try and put on screen. I think removing the great captains, maybe even just the number of great captains, is an easy.
Like there
Easy
could be
scheme.
like one or two,
Yeah.
like because really kind of their primary function really overall in the story is at the last battle, and they all just like split up and like go to their different fronts, right?
Yeah.
And they'll lead.
But Grendel has
And then
been,
they give it
And
to
then Grendel's
Matt
like
anyway.
fucking with them, and then it doesn't even end up mattering because then Matt takes over. So I don't know.
That's fair.
I think it's really cool. I would love to see I love Eteralda. I would love to see him in the show.
Me
Like
too.
he's great, but
It's my favorite.
I don't know. I think it's an easy cut.
Yeah, I think you could cut the captains, maybe have. I mean, I don't even think. Do we even need? Well, maybe we need Pedro now for the White Cloaks. I'm not sure. You could probably get around that.
well, and I think that we would need Gareth Brine because, like, we know that Morghese has cut him loose. They already said that, and somebody has to lead Egwene's army. And there is a part of me, because I obviously don't want Swan and Gareth Brine to get together. We're not about that life. We are 100% lesbian positive with regard to Maureen and Swan. So that's a big no on the dudes.
Yes.
But I would love to see the man that they hire for that role who can go toe-to-toe with Sophie Okonedo about laundry, because I do think it would be hilarious if she did end up, like, if they did still do the storyline where he does them a solid, they're supposed to work for him, they escape, and he's like, okay, you know what? Fuck this. I helped you out and you left? Fuck that. And then he chases after them, and then she has to, like, do his laundry. And I just think that would be really, really funny to, like, whatever pairing you get, somebody who can, like, hang with Sophie Okonedo.
Yes.
I just want to see their relationship just be platonic.
Something almost akin to what
It would be
Rand Moray
better platonic. Like
Yes,
their
it
relationship
would.
was so fucking weird in the book. I'm sorry, but if anyone's a fan of
The
them together,
power
but,
dynamic there was
Ugh.
really, really a problem.
and like his whole, he just kept repeating, "I just chasing after a pair of pretty blue eyes," and I'm like, bro, she looks like she's 20, and you're how old? Chill.
old.
Yeah.
It's fucking
Right.
creepy, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So, I mean, she wasn't that far off 20 really in the books anyway. So,
So
obviously, Winter's Lady is just sorry, I can't hear the words laundry and wheel time without thinking of Mickey.
Better association, to be perfectly honest.
Exactly. S, I know that you can't stick around forever. Thank you for hanging out. Any final thoughts on this episode before you wander off and give more scritches to the kiddies?
I don't know. I think we covered everything that's really memorable to me. I'm just really excited to I'm like more excited for every episode now than I was at any other point. Like it just blown away by how much everything's improved and also how much not necessarily the writing, but like writing to the actor, I guess, giving them things they do well. Like Yosha's face doing all that acting at the end of the episode. I'm just really excited to see more of that.
Awesome. Wonderful. Well, it's great to see you. And apparently, apparently someone heard about the scritches. So
Yes, she is back to demand my attention.
demanding.
Yeah.
Mom, you gotta get out of here. Let's go.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you so much for hanging out, and hopefully we'll see you again soon. So.
Bye, Ed.
Bye.
Bye.
Oh god, I love that. The cat came out. Bye. You know. Oh god. Yeah, Knuckles is. They're talking about this going on from Essex Comic. As Jane says, this season it feels so good. It does. It really does. So,
Some
good
television.
Very good television.
So
I like
something
that.
we haven't talked about yet that I was just thinking
Yes.
out because we said just a little bit ago that we've kind of covered everything. We haven't talked about the Egwene Rand breakup scene yet.
We have not.
And I know that elicited some strong feelings in
That
some
did.
people. So I was curious to hear what everyone thought about that.
I had one. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go, Jess.
I was going to say, I had one guy in my YouTube comments who was sort of defending Rand and said that he was still naive and innocent. And I'm like, all right, well, he did beat the shit out of one guy and then he killed Turok and his entire entourage and then also killed a Forsaken twice. Naive and innocent is not the word that I would think of. And he's still dream banging a Forsaken, even though he knows that she's Forsaken now, which is not the actions of a naive or innocent person. So, and I don't know, I kind of am on team Rand was kind of the dick on this one.
Yeah. So my feelings of it was Egwene didn't do anything wrong, but she also didn't help the situation, and Rand was thinking with his dick.
Well, Egwene, the other thing that this person in my comment said was that Egwene went back to him when things got hard, and I took exception to that as well because they came back together when things got hard. It's not like she went and begged him to take her back. In fact, they very explicitly said that they didn't actually put any kind of a label on it. They were just sort of offering each other comforting company in that time. And that's something that two adults can do.
Yes.
And they were taking comfort from each other. That was two people working on that. And it's like, okay, yes, Egwene is prioritizing her career and learning and reaching her full potential as a person. Should she have cut Rand loose when she realized? Yes, she probably should have said, okay, listen, the romantic part of our relationship is over. We need to be done with this, but you are still one of my very closest friends and I care about you. So I will be your ride or die. Yeah. That would have been the more appropriate thing, but it doesn't really have anything on the whole, I didn't tell you that I was sleeping with somebody else in between when we were sleeping together. And then I also didn't tell you that I was still dream sleeping with her while I was also sleeping with you. I didn't tell you that she existed. I didn't tell you that she was a Forsaken.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, eventually, like, best case scenario, he's emotionally involved with another woman.
Yeah.
Like,
Best case, definitely.
Like, that's shit you need to communicate with somebody about, because how can she make an informed decision about what she wants to do if she doesn't know where he's been and what he's doing?
Yeah. So for me, in the previous episode, when she's moving out to go sleep with the wise ones, I remember describing the previous episode as like a breakup episode. So many people were like saying goodbye to each other, it felt like. And in that moment, you can see he leans in for a kiss, and she's almost like, you know, the slight, not very obvious lean back type thing, like she doesn't want it. So for me, if Egwene has fault, it's in that moment where she's using going to sleep with the wise ones almost as an excuse to create the separation, and now she's come back in and being like, holy shit, you know, you're dream cheating on me type thing. I feel like in that previous episode she should have been like, dude, I'm still your ride or die, but I think the relationship that is that we currently have, the physical
I feel
one, I feel like that
she didn't want to have the hard conversation.
Yeah, she didn't want to have the hard conversation. So yeah, she's at fault there, but in this part she's not at fault. Although I did say when I say like Egwene didn't help when she found out that Lanfear was the one torturing her in the dream, she didn't tell Rand, you know, to be like, hey. She then just kept it from him and went off to the wise ones. I'm not saying she's at fault. I'm saying that doesn't help when she then goes to him and be like, you're sleeping with the woman who's torturing me. And he's like, someone's torturing you, you know, and then he carries on being the absolute idiot and doofus and bullheaded idiot he is. Like,
but she confronted him as soon as she found out
that he was sleeping with Lanfear, but she found out that Lanfear was torturing her previously. And
but like, she didn't know that Rand was involved with Lanfear. She didn't know that Rand even knew Lanfear. And like, this is, I can understand why this is an area of trauma that she doesn't owe him that.
No, I wasn't trying to suggest that. No, I wasn't trying to suggest she owed him. No.
I don't, well, and I wasn't trying to say that you were saying that, just for the record, but like, I don't think that she was responsible for not saying that, because that was her business. Like, that was her business. She said that she was having bad dreams. She found out that it was Lanfear, and that was her business. Like, I guess he can get mad at her for not telling her if he wants to, or for not telling him if he wants to, but like, sorting out your trauma is like, that's your thing, you know? Like, I don't know. I don't think that.
I mean, like, she could have told him, but yeah, I mean, it's also one of those things where she didn't, as far as she knew, it had nothing to do with him, so she didn't necessarily need to mention it either. So, I mean, honestly, I thought the whole scene was very well done in the sense that it felt very realistically messy.
Yes.
Like, these two people that have just been trying to make something work that was never going to work, but they thought it kind of had to because there really wasn't any other option, because they grew up together and, like, you know, bumfuck nowhere. And like, that's a very real thing that a lot of people have experienced, is kind of those childhood, you know, teenage relationships that you really want to work, but they just don't, because you're not right for each other. And I felt like this scene very well encapsulated that whole situation.
It does,
for lack of a better
Rand's definitely, to be very clear, Rand's definitely the one that is 100% in the wrong. I'm not trying to say he's not. I just, it felt, she's so like, I am here for you. I am your ride or die. I am, no matter what, you know, I've walked away from the tower almost type thing for you. There was a part of me that's like, he's not sharing with you. And obviously he's cheating. I feel like, I don't know, there was a part of me that's like, maybe you should have shared that with him. You didn't, I don't know, like, maybe it would have helped clear things up and could have been like, Lanfear's chasing me. He'd be like, oh shit, maybe I should tell you something. You know, like I know who Lanthier is type thing. I don't know. There was. I'm not saying that she had to. It just in that moment, I felt like it wasn't helping that she hadn't shared, despite her many, moments of saying like, I am here for you. I'm backing you up. Which doesn't mean she has to share a trauma. It just, I don't know.
Well, and it's sort of like
bad communication. Like you say, it's messy, isn't it? So, but yeah, Rand is the one.
It is, and I think that her going to him and saying Lanthier is torturing me in my dreams, and that's why I'm spending all this time with the wise ones. I'm trying to get her out of them.
Yeah.
It would have ultimately, the end result would have been the same, because then he would have been like, oh, I'm actually sleeping with Lanthier. So either he's going to tell her and it's all going to end up the same, or he's not going to tell her. She's going to find out about it later, because Lanthier is obviously going to make sure she knows.
Yeah.
And it's all going to end up the same. So at that point, it's sort of like, it wouldn't have made a difference. The end result would have been the same. It's just a difference of what kind of messy it's going to be and when it's going to happen.
And I also do want to say that, like, Rand is correct about Egwene valuing other things over their relationship. Like, he's not wrong.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
He makes it, and he's also not wrong to feel hurt by that. Like, they just want different things, and like, it's not wrong for her to be ambitious. It's not wrong for her to want to prioritize stuff that isn't romance either. And so that's another reason that I
also.
Yes,
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. That was basically it. Like, I don't think he was wrong about it, but the way that it was said was very accusatory.
Like, there was when she was saying, when she was asking him, like, did you know that she was the one doing it? There was, again, and it's all the messy, components of a breakup. This is just higher stakes because it involves literally an evil person who, is evil. Don't know why I said that twice. It's like Egwene, you wouldn't normally ask that question, would you? Be like, did you know, type thing. And she's asked it and being like, he's not answered for some reason. I don't even know what he said in that moment. Or no, he says, I don't know what you're talking about. And then she like kind of looks at him like she doesn't believe him, and then blames things on the madness and such.
He's been sleeping with the Forsaken that was torturing her. Yeah. She's looking at a man that she doesn't know who he is anymore. Like, obviously she's going to look at him and say, did you know? And if he says, I don't know what you're talking about, I don't know that I believe you, because you are fucking
knew she was a Forsaken and you're still doing that. So why should I believe that you didn't know this either? And
yeah, exactly. And it's like, now he knows, what's he going to do about it? But, it would have been helpful for Egwene to set some kind of boundary. But,
he also could have set boundaries, because he
also could have set a boundary.
He could have come back and been like, while we were apart and you thought I was dead, I did meet someone.
I was absolutely the opposite of dead.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
And also the lady I met happens to be like a super evil person, but
there's a teeny tiny age gap. She's a little bit older than me, it's a very, very messy breakup. There's lots of, Rand could have said this, Egwene could have said that. It felt very authentic.
It felt real. Like, I mean, not that I've had a breakup like this, but I have experienced where, I was in a relationship with someone that was like childhood friend type of thing, and it just wasn't working because we weren't compatible, and like we were trying to make it work and it just didn't happen. And so clearly he was not sleeping with a Forsaken, but the rest of it felt very real. So
yeah, it is very, very true. So I did feel, had they not been interrupted by Sammy, I did feel like they might have continued the conversation and perhaps sort of, I don't know if you've ever had that moment with someone, but I mean, I had it with my best friend the other year, where we were both actually, and this is obviously not exactly the same situation, but the realization moment will apply to this. We were both worried about, it turned out exactly the same things about the other person, and our behaviors because of that made the other person think, oh, my concerns about them are true because they're behaving like this. And then when we actually had the conversation with each other, and I was like, this is what I'm scared of, and they were like, well, that's what I'm terrified of as well. It was like, well, we realized our behaviors were
Mhm.
causing our worries and such like that. And the realization just made it go, everything's fine. I did feel like had they not been interrupted by Sammy, they were kind of getting to that, you know, I'm not saying it would have resolved everything, but it kind of felt like there was a slight moment of maybe some actual communication is going to happen right at the end. And then Sammy turns up and just ruins everything.
And I still think that kind of the big question is, you know, now that Rand knows that information about what Lanfear was doing to Egwene, what does he do with that information? And we don't know
Mhm.
that yet. So
We don't.
kind of how
Yeah.
he responds to that, I think, is going to maybe also like shape how people feel about this scene retroactively once they see like how he actually.
That's true. I mean, if
Yeah.
he like, you know, the next time we see him or her together, I don't know why I said him or her, see them together, if it's a case of like, I was, you know, a douchebag and you know, so on and so forth. And she's like, you know, well, I can't trust you anymore, but you know, I appreciate that. However,
Or if
that
he goes
feels on
running
screen.
back to Lanfear again, and it's like,
Yeah.
okay,
Well,
well,
and
clearly that
here's-
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Here's where
exactly.
I'm at with that. Is if Sammael had not interrupted, I'm sure the conversation would have continued. Rand would have said, I didn't know that she was doing that. And then Egwene would have said, well, what are you going to do about it?
Right.
And he will not have an answer.
No, he won't.
And I think that the level of betrayal here is such that I don't think that they're going to recover, because she was obviously under the impression that even though they hadn't put a label on it, there was a monogamous thing going on.
Yeah.
And, you know, there was sexual history stuff that should have come up and didn't. And then there's the whole, I know you didn't know about it, but the Forsaken that you're fucking has been torturing me in your dreams. And yet here you are, and I just can't move past that. So we're done.
Yeah.
I am done with you. I'm fucking out of here. Do not speak to me again. I am blocking you on every social media channel.
Yeah. It's definitely if it gets healed, it requires a lot of time to be healed, or to get to the point where you can have the conversation and find the healing path. So to speak.
Right. I mean, like their relationship romantically is definitely over. I feel like whether or not they are able to kind of come to at least
an understanding.
An understanding
Yeah.
remains to be seen. Although in the books, I mean, they kind of have a big antagonist thing going on to the end, basically. So this could also set that up as well. But
it becomes a bit more like, I respect your position and you kind of respect
right,
mine.
exactly.
We're not working together, but I understand why you're doing what you're doing, and I'm still going to do what I'm doing. It kind of felt like that to me in the end, didn't it? So
well, it feels very much like it's setting it up for the antagonistic relationship that they're going to have later in the series, where they don't work well together.
Right.
And it makes a lot more sense for them to not work well together because of this old hurt that never got resolved, than just for her to be like, well, I'm the Amyrlin seat now, and I know that I grew up with you, and I know you better than almost any other person on the planet, but this other thing is more important to me now. If Egwene is anything, she's like Nynaeve. She's loyal to a fault. But, you know, if she's anything like me, you give her a reason to doubt your loyalty in return, and it's fucking over, bruh. Like,
yeah. Oh, I'm just
dead to me. Done.
Envisioning the end, obviously, you know, full series discussion. You know, if we get Egwene dying in the show like she dies in the books, without the two of them ever resolving anything, like, you know, just from an outsider's perspective, whether you like Rand and Egwene as a pair or not, it's rough to see anyone.
Very tragic.
It's very tragic to be like, they don't find a way to resolve it.
When it's also real life, though, you know.
Oh, it is very much real life. Yeah.
I like. One of the things I like about the series is that they don't shy away from those little tragedies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it feels very, very realistic and very much like the way real people would handle stuff. So, you know, I kind of hope that they don't resolve it, because you know what? Sometimes shit just doesn't get resolved. Sometimes you do not get to say the thing to the person that you want to say. And even if you did, they would not hear you. And, you know, it's hard to come to terms with that, but it's either that or, you know, it's a burden on you for the rest of your life.
Yeah. Sometimes you just have to walk away from a situation that is unresolved. So yeah, it's definitely It's definitely good television. I'm going to say
God,
that.
it's so good.
Yeah, it is. I think we should ask another guest whether she thinks it was good television or not. Ladies and gents, please welcome to the party, Beth Doman.
Beth.
Yay!
Hello, Sarah. Oh my God, I haven't seen you in so
I
long.
know, right?
Hello, Queen Jess.
Hello.
Hi, Rob.
Yeah.
Hi, lowercase
Yeah.
Rob.
It's lowercase. I'm lowercase Rob.
Lowercase
today.
Rob. Nobody cares.
So this comes from Dusty earlier. Matt Hatch was in chat and he was just like, Sarah! And then in parentheses, S. Oh no, was it S and then Sarah?
Wait,
Doesn't
S
matter.
was here
That's
earlier.
Sarah, and
S was
then
it.
yes, and then at the
And-
end he was like, and Rob, just
And Rob.
lowercase.
Lowercase. Yeah. So like Sarah and S were like capitalized names with exclamation points and things like that. And then it went ... and Rob.
Well, according
All
to
lowercase.
Leia, I'm Bay. According to
Yep.
Leia.
Bay. Okay.
Bay. Hey,
Bay Doman.
BEYH. Hi, Bay. I'm
Yeah,
okay with Bay.
That checked out.
I'm okay with Bay.
Yeah. So yeah, we were just discussing the very much realistic, messy situation between Rand and Egwene near the end of this episode, where we are very much in agreement that Rand is the one at fault.
Oh yeah, he's the dick. He
yeah.
is the asshole.
He is. But like all relationships, all communication in Wheel of Time, it's just not happening. What did you think of the breakup scene?
I loved it because I feel like we saw Egwene being Egwene when Rand challenged her, saying, you've always wanted something more, even when we were in the Two Rivers. She couldn't deny it. She was heartbroken. You could tell she felt betrayed by Rand. But at the same time, he spoke truth. And that's Egwene. That is 100% Egwene. She always wanted more. And she didn't always know what quote unquote more was, but she wanted that. And like, if you could have a person who would be like a lifetime student, who'd be like that person enrolled in college forever, it would be Egwene. Like forever, like I got my bachelor's degree in this, and so now I'm gonna go get my master's degree. And I got my master's, let me get my PhD. So let me go back to school and go get my.
Hi, I'm Egwene. I have 4 PhDs.
Exactly. So like that is Egwene, and it's that lifelong pursuit of more, of fulfillment. And so even though Rand, I mean, this is the other thing. Like Lanfear again showed how masterful she is at manipulation in regards to all of that, right? Because she told Egwene Rand knew everything. And she'd been pulling Rand strings all this time of like, well, I'm not that person anymore, but I could be for you. And she was manipulating both of them. And so she caused this seed of dissent. And I came in and I heard at the tail end about how it's going to set up this antagonistic arc between Egwene and Rand. Lanfear is at the heart of that in the show.
Mm-hmm.
At the end of the day, Lanfear, even if Lanfear is not going to be here because of reasons, she has still sowed the seeds of dissent between the two of them. And like I was critical of them continuing this relationship between the two of them at the beginning of the season. I was like, why are they still together? I hate it so much. I don't like this. But as the season has progressed, it makes perfect sense. And I love it. It's beautiful and it's heartbreaking and it's so real. It's so real. Like how many times have you been with people and you still love somebody, but you realize that your paths are set to go different ways. And that doesn't mean you stop loving them. You just realize like my path is taking me this way and your path is taking you that way. And that in itself is heartbreaking.
Yes.
So I think they've done a beautiful job with it this season.
Yeah, I agree. Dana putting on the comment there about different PhDs. Every sabbatical from a professorship would be in a different country.
Totally.
And she would learn the language everywhere.
She would learn every language and she would respectfully, like, what is that? When you respect the culture of the
integration, not
Not appropriation.
not appropriation. Exactly. She would not
Yes.
appropriate anything, but she would somehow integrate it into her own personal sense of, and she would be a rock star for it. Like 100%.
She would be.
I have a quick point of order here. I am trying
Okay.
to post in the chat that if Wayne gets together with Gawain in the show, I'm going to burn a building down, and it won't let me post it. And I don't appreciate that it is silencing my threats of arson.
It's all right because someone, and I wasn't getting notifications
YouTube is
last.
pro Gawain. How dare they?
YouTube is pro Gawain.
What if I say I'll burn Gawain down? Maybe that would
Maybe try that. It was last week. They were it was on Threefold Talk. Sorry, everyone kept putting in like itty bitty titty, Tanchico or something like that. And someone, I think it was Mel, kept having to go to YouTube chat and be like, approve, because YouTube's like, that's not okay.
Damn it. Why do mods have to mod? Why do you have to actually work when you're trying to have fun?
Yeah.
Seriously.
I don't know. It's wild. So, but yeah, it's, what was it? I saw someone put, here it is. Egwene is just not good at choosing the right man. She's very smart, but she sucks at relationships.
You know what? I can absolutely identify with that. Like, you can be really smart and have a terrible picker, and it's just the way it is. And like that might be one of the reasons why Egwene resonates with me.
Yeah,
I did really bad with the first one, but the second one is good.
Is a winner.
So,
a winner chicken dinner.
Exactly the opposite of Egwene. So
fucking like,
yes.
Here's my thing. I would love to see Egwene remain single. And I'm not saying she needs to be married to the seat or anything like that, but like I would love to see her have a platonic warder, multiple platonic warders. Like, why does she need to have a boyfriend? Why does she need to have a husband? She doesn't. She's going to be the most powerful woman in the world. She doesn't need a fucking man. She definitely doesn't fucking need Gawain. Like, she can jump on any pogo stick she wants to. She doesn't need to marry it.
Don't get me started. Oh my God. Jess.
Like,
Jess, I love you.
I love you too.
I'm familiar with the comments.
I feel like powerful women who don't feel the need to be in any kind of relationship and to not be like the stereotypical sort of like uptight fucking iron
lady situation.
Woman, a powerful woman who is empathetic and warm and loving, even maternal, but doesn't have a partner because she doesn't fucking want one. Underrepresented in media. Definitely not represented in the Wheel of Time, and I want to see more of it.
I would agree with that, actually. I love that idea.
And I think Egwene would be a perfect person for it.
Yeah, I agree.
It was definitely
Egwene don't need a man. I've been saying it since 2005.
For sure. It started to feel like at the end that he was just like, everyone has to be paired up. I cannot let anyone escape unpaired. And it just felt...
No spinsters here.
Except for Noel, who can die because he loved Tom, and Tom was like, love you, dude, but no thanks. I want me some Queen. So yeah, Max Silver. Yeah, we need less baby ever after endings. So yeah.
Yep.
So I know I missed a lot, but I just need to say,
please say,
WotCon 2022, the first WotCon.
Obviously, we
were all standing in the atrium there, singing. We were singing "Weep for Nynaeve" in a big huge circle. Can we all just please join in a big huge circle and sing Hills of Tanchico at WotCon 2025, please? I need this.
If it doesn't happen, I will burn. I
will revolt. I am going to initiate it. I am calling right here, right now. We are having a singing circle of Hills of Tanchico We can even do a rendition of Weep from Brethren if you really want to. It's fine.
We need to
I mean,
put Joe and Tom from Talk Around Riyadh on notice that they need to learn it.
100%. They probably already know it. Knowing them,
they can
already know it. They already have
blowing the
scores.
horn as an accompaniment.
Exactly. And also, Jess, we have to do a rendition in in the lobby of my knee. You and I. we need to do a recreation.
I mean, I'm pretty sure.
I don't want to
like
do
you said,
that.
I'm
I
pretty
don't
sure
want
we
to do
should.
that.
Minus actual injury.
I feel like we should not recreate that because that was not good for anyone.
So for those of you who don't know,
in the best
it
way
was
possible.
WatCon 2023 that Beth got to the hotel and I was there and she saw me and she got excited and she jumped up and down and then she tore her fucking ACL.
Yeah.
What a story.
Yeah. There was no glomping or anything like that. So, yeah.
I am not worth injuring yourself, please.
It was half a
so
jump.
We had to take her to the emergency room. So I went and we took my car and Tom from Dragon Mount was there and Beth and Kayla and me and we went and then Tom was back in the room with her while Kayla and I waited and then Tom ended up getting COVID, so we were all really worried that we were also going to get COVID, but then we didn't. And then poor Tom missed the entire thing because he was sick in his hotel room with COVID. It was, oh God.
And then there was the time when I was feeling very sorry for myself because I couldn't sit in anywhere in any of the panels because my leg was sticking out in a straight angle and I was feeling sorry for myself in the atrium. And then Rob was manning some booth. I can't remember what you were manning, Rob, at that time.
The merchandise booth.
The merch booth. And I was like, I'm going to be social. I'm going to get up and I'm going to be social. And I fell flat on my face.
Oh,
so like I say, let's not recreate this.
I had never been on crutches before in my life. And I didn't realize that when you wear crutches, you have to put your leg up first and then bring the crutches up. I tried to bring the crutches up first and my body didn't like that.
No.
I fell flat on my
Oh my God.
So no creating that, but the talkies already say it's on their song list for the sing-along. So what we should do is recreate this scene instead.
Oh man, I do.
Hills of Tanchico.
Believe it or not, we've been live for nearly 2.5 hours. This is only the second time we've played this scene. That's criminal. Yeah.
I rewatched it like 7 times last night before bed.
No, I mean on this stream, it's the second time we've played it. I've watched it like 6 times. Yeah.
I'll tell you a tale of a lad of 20. A terrible boy with coin aplenty. Looking for love and more's a pity. Now he's lost in the hills of Tanchico City.
Face when he realizes.
Too many and to bring a man to his steez.
Sounds like, well.
All ships through, pieces will make a man of you. The hills of Tanchico. The hills of Tanchico.
Okay, so I might be.
Wait. That's my friend.
That's me. Every time my friend does something, I'm like, that's my friend.
So I have a question. I might be dating myself here with my age. But so there was a movie that came out in 1988 called Total Recall.
Great
Arnold
movie.
Schwarzenegger and Sharon Stone. And so Arnold Schwarzenegger his character goes to Mars. And there's a scene where he's in this brothel bar looking for the leader of the resistance. And this woman shows up.
There's a triple.
And she has 3 She has 3 testicles.
Yes.
And that's instantly when I heard 1's not enough and 3 is too many. That is the instant scene that I had in my brain because there was literally a movie where a woman had 3. And I'm
And he's like,
is 3 really too many? Is it?
I mean, I think it's a matter of personal taste. It would be too many for me. 2 is more than enough to be perfectly
And I
honest.
shared this on our podcast recording I just did, but quick joke. What do you call Dolly Parton in a bathtub?
don't know.
I don't know. What do you call Dolly Parton in a bathtub?
Islands in the stream. That is what.
Oh, that's good.
Oh no. Okay, here's a tangent based on that because she sang that song with Kenny Rogers. And my grandmother's neighbor Art looked exactly like Kenny Rogers.
Okay.
Exactly. Like there is a photo, like he was at a Kenny Rogers concert and Kenny was like, "What the fuck?" And he came up on stage. And there's a photo of them both standing on stage and you can't tell which one is which.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Doppelganger
so-
moment. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something I really enjoy about the while we're on talking songs and such, the Tom entrance. I love that there's like a, and forgive me, have I said this already? The sort of like a Matt Taviran moment, it feels like to me, where Matt is talking to his admirer, as Clint is credited, and here's Tom singing, and what Tom is singing is a song about the horn of the Lear.
Yes.
And I'm like,
The grave is no bar to my call. I hollered.
The grave
I
is
was
no
like-
bar to my call.
We need to know that song too.
Yeah, of all the things that Tom could have been singing at the moment that he catches Matt's attention in the random city they happen to be in together, it's the song about the horn blower, and I'm
But
just
it's
like,
so true to the canonical to the books because how many times was Tom talking or reciting different, whether it's high speech, common tongue, talking, doing the story for the Hunt of the Horn, right? Like it's so true to the books. It's an homage. It's an Easter egg to the books. Like Tom, how many times were you telling the story of the Hunt for the Horn?
yeah.
Well, and I think that this episode is the first one since season 1 where anything involving Taviran has been mentioned. Because, like, in the very beginning of season 1, they said there are 5 Taviran in the 2 rivers. And then Loyal probably said something about it later in season 1. I don't remember them talking about Taviran in season 2 at all. But now we're in season 3, episode 6. And Tom is like, the pattern is, you are pulling at the pattern or the pattern is pulling at you.
Yeah.
Which is obviously Taviran shit. So, like, I wonder if that's going to start coming back into play finally.
Yeah, I like that. I need to bring your attention to a comment in chat from Max, which I think Sarah has already seen. I want him to turn out, this is Matt's admirer, I want him to turn out to be Asmodean just so we get more of his abs. And then Sarah quite appropriately replied, Absmodian, am I right?
You are not wrong.
Holy shit.
So
I mean,
I was looking at that man and
disagree,
thinking they must have contoured. They must have
contoured
that man
the
because-
six pack, the chest.
Yeah,
the,
because I'm
yeah.
just like, okay, I just don't see how it's possible to have that level of definition. Like, my dude.
Yeah.
It's impressive regardless. I mean, I've seen
like
his regular
that.
Instagram account. He's still a very beautiful man. But he
The way Rob stalks all of the minor characters' Instagram accounts, I'm here for
I
it. Like,
don't stop there is look at the moment it's very easy because everybody's sharing everything and I just see the stories. I'm like, oh wait, is that who that's played by? Okay, because I don't look at the character the actors list.
follow.
I do, exactly. Yeah, you know.
You know what though? I think it's nice. I think it's good because like
Same.
lots of people are interacting with like the big characters, right? But the little characters, like I interacted a little bit with a guy who played Moghedien.
Mhm.
I'm like, my dude needs to get some credit for his performance because he did a great job of.
He did.
Like, I don't
Ripping
want
his
to
eyes
minimize
out?
his performance,
Yeah.
but he did a great job of ripping his eyes out. Like,
Well,
he did a really good job. Like,
Yeah,
like
sometimes you
that
don't-
cannot have been easy.
Yeah.
So, like,
I
I
had
wanted him to get
a
credit.
crazy moment with the actress who plays Cedre, which is the woman who was originally going to be the first maiden, but obviously they cut that sequence and she ends up being Mandine's wife. Am I saying that's the when they go into Rudian and the fog appears?
Oh,
Seriously.
yeah.
Yeah. I had a funny moment because I was just like, couldn't get her performance out of my head. I was like, she was so great in that scene. Like, I wish we'd gotten that other scene, blah, blah, blah. That after about 5-6 days, I was just like, oh shit, I need to look up who she was so I can go find her. You know, she got social media, can we follow, whatever? And I go to her Instagram account when I find it and I click follow. And I just happened to look at her, the feed, the wall, whatever it's called on Instagram. And I was like, holy crap, she played Benvolio in the Romeo and Juliet performance that the Prague Shakespeare Company put on that I went to go see. Yeah, that I went to see like coming on like 18, 19 months ago in Prague.
Nice.
September
I love
23.
that.
And I'm like, oh, I met her at the bar afterwards when like I was like, come hang out and stuff. And I was just like, holy crap, that's her, that's Jordan. I know CJ. What the fuck? You know?
I
You
love
know?
that.
I was like,
That's
what is
hilarious.
going on? So when I did that, I was like, well, maybe I'd not stalk the minor characters, but I was just like, this is the joy when you like go and see all these people. You're like, maybe you've seen them in other things and not realized it, you know? And
I
also,
mean,
they need you don't have a show. I've always been a sucker for side characters.
true.
If anything, I prefer side characters to main characters because you don't have a story without that detail, and you get that detail from side characters and things like that, you know. And so I've always loved them. And yeah, it was. That in particular was a fun moment because in the same breath I was like, "Oh crap!" I also saw Senbui at the same time without realizing it because he was in that, and I was like, "Oh crap!" And I met him last year when they did Hamlet as well. I actually met him afterwards.
Hilarious.
And I had no idea. I was like, "Oh crap!" I've actually hung out with
Senbui
Senbui
as a Shakespeare actor
I mean, and not to talk about stalking and idolizing people, but this month in the snack order calendar, I do happen to be Priyanka Bose in April of 2025.
I don't. My calendar is.
I am. So yes, I'm looking very goth. I'm not looking anywhere near as lovely. It's a very goth rendition. But talk about stalking and admiring major characters in the Wheel of Time. We love Priyanka Bose is literally a goddess.
She is
A
wonderful.
goddess
Oh my God.
walking. Like
yeah,
yeah.
girl. Like, do you see her pictures on Instagram?
It's
like,
disgusting.
girl,
It's literally disgusting.
like, could you be more beautiful and just ethereally making me panic bisexually?
Right?
Like, stop.
Leave some for the rest of us. Jeez.
And
Literally.
also, like not waifishly thin, like curves where curves should be in all the right. Like, yes, the bi-curiousness in me is clearly
It's
wondering. It's curiousing. Yes.
It's curiousing. Yes. Here we go. I'm hunting.
Do
down...
not put it up. Do not put it up. God damn it, Rob. I'm just gonna put my head down now. I'm gonna hide.
Hot.
Amazing.
Look at that.
Hot. You've got a snack.
I have a persimmon in
Was
my
that a
hand.
persimmon?
It's a
That is so
persimmon.
good.
It was
I love that.
it was persimmon season
We
when that
did
happened.
this. We did this deliberately. So, for example, August memo is making you love August.
Exactly. Like
bonus
what the
set.
fuck? Wait, go back. Go back.
Oh, this was your bonus snack page.
Oh my Amy.
That's the back page.
Leia.
This was actually. I'm not sure that was the final back page. We may have changed it at someone's request. But yeah, this is Spuds, where he was like all the fruit. There are other takes of this photo where Spuds was just.
I mean,
the
it's
sofa
absolutely
it was
just fucking.
It was smothered in fruit in the other photos.
Wait, is that
That's amazing.
tree with a teddy bear?
Yeah. Oh yes. Oh, if you frozen going back, yes, that's true. Yeah. And obviously, you know, we've seen Kendry. This is Brian.
That's iconic right there.
Meg to January.
Yeah.
S, who was on earlier. I know, right? It's so good. It's so good. Okay.
Delusions! Oh my god, queen
With
icon.
pets.
Look at
Delusions of
her.
God.
Oh my god.
Yep.
Amazing.
And then last month we had Jen do March. This is me.
What the-
This is what you've got next month to enjoy. Look, it
What
took me
the fuck, Rob?
it took me a long time to find that field. Okay, so Matt Hatch. Now,
Yes,
Nice.
let's fucking go.
Here's the thing about Matt
let's
Hatch.
fracking go.
So let's look in the background here. We've got like some photos and stuff. So Matt's like, okay, I need frames in the back of mine. So do you know what he's put in the back of his?
Is it Lanfear? Of
It's
course.
all Lanfear. Oh my god.
Lord.
All right, and somebody needs to say it. Somebody needs to say it. The innkeeper looks hot.
The
Yeah.
innkeeper looks hot, but the innkeeper would look hotter if he was wearing heels in that picture. That's all I'm
True.
gonna
Yeah,
say.
he should have put on heels. That's
Fair.
true.
You
That's
should have
fair.
put on some heels there, man.
and then
Oh,
we have
what?
Amise.
Me? Oh my! You have to stop right now.
Girl.
Oh, by the way,
seriousness
the-
in me is absolutely
The innkeeper's just
Oh no!
right
I'm
now.
back here, and I just called him hot.
Well, you
Jen,
just told him you should wear heels.
Jen.
So.
Let's go, Jen.
yeah,
That's
Jen
awesome.
looking-
Iconic
Oh my
right
God, that's
there.
good.
Amazing.
Absolutely, she pulled off that so well.
Yeah,
and
that's iconic.
all so yeah, if you didn't get a snack calendar,
Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, I'm actually delivering a couple tomorrow because unfortunately they got lost in international mail. So I'm doing like a Priyanka didn't get hers, or the one that was meant to go out to the signed one's meant to go out to the winner. So it's been delayed going out. So there's like a step-by-step process where I'm like, it's physically going like to like a couple people to get to Priyanka. Because I'm like, if you give it to this person, then I will see them then, and then they can pass it on to me and take thing. It's just like, yeah. So,
What Ashley just said in chat, I'm deceased right now. I'm deceased.
the curse is magic. And like Matt's like the heels thing always comes up. Damn it!
I
That's
mean,
very good.
next time you'll know, Matt. Next time you'll know.
Yeah. At some point, actually, I need to catch up with Brian and be like, "Hey, what actor are we doing for the 2026 calendar?" But yes. Anyway.
So I do, while there's a break in the conversation, I do actually need to take off here because I have some
Aw.
stuff I have to do, which is very annoying.
How
Being
dare
adult is
you?
stupid.
How dare you?
Some adulting, blah blah blah.
I just
blah.
Yeah.
choose not to do any of those things.
That's fair. Yeah,
Yeah, I would, but we
working
actually
out
have
great, in
people
case you were
coming
wondering.
to stay in our house in a couple days,
Ugh.
so I have to
guests.
That'd be
Oh my
gross.
god, that's fine. Not a worry. at all.
Company. People who
Thank you
like
so much
I
for hanging out,
love
Sarah.
you, Sarah. I miss your
Thanks
face.
for having me, guys.
You
You're-
need
I
to see
will-
Sarah.
Welcome
See you
anytime.
guys
Just be like,
soon.
Rob, I want an invite, and I would just give
Okay.
you one. So
Sure, we'll
Yeah,
do. I'm
always.
always back to talk about the titties of Tanchico. So
the titties
let's
of
do it again.
Tanchico, yes.
Love
Perfect,
the titties
so.
of Tanchico.
All right.
Is there, you think we're ever going to see titties tanning in Tanchico?
I
would-
mean, we can make it happen.
We could make it happen, right?
Also, if Tanchico doesn't have a topless beach, I would be very, very
Well,
Right?
as you went in and you saw the shot leading into Tanchico, the beach looked kind of limited in size and space.
There should be
Ah,
some kind of nudist colony there,
Yeah.
though. I mean, it could be a little bit north or south of the harbor. I mean, there could be a spot.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a
Perfect.
beach. It could just be an overall nudist colony.
That's
It could
true.
be.
There
Yeah.
could be
Just veils with lots of
topless
beads.
tanning. There could be topless tanning in Tanchico. Is all
In
I'm saying.
Tanchico.
Yeah.
I have a story.
I once had a story of a boy of 20.
So, speaking of
Ladies and gents,
tanning
welcome
topless
to
in
the
Tanchico, so
tangent section of the recording. We've got about just to let you know, we've got about 20-ish minutes until Aisha shows up. So at some point
Aisha's
in the
coming
next
back. Okay.
in the next 20 minutes, I would just
very
be like,
fast.
cut off the spoiler talk. So just to make you aware of that. But go for it. Go for your
Very fast. Okay. So it was between my freshman and sophomore year of college. My roommate was with me. My sister had one of her friends. We were canoeing down the Wisconsin River with our parents and some other adults. And there was a place where the river split. And we decided to go this way. And then my roommate was like giving me death glares. I was in the back. She was in the front. She's giving me death glares. I'm like, what? And then she looks up and I look and there's a man. There's a man in the woods standing up. And he is naked, except
Oh.
for boots and a trucker hat. And we're like, what the fuck is that all about? And so then we're like, okay, weird naked guy in the woods. And then we come around like this curve, and then this big beach opens up, and guess what it was?
Nude beach.
It was the Mesomani nude beach.
Hey.
And we're like, oh God. And my parents are freaking out. And so we're like trying to portage across the sandbar, but the sand is really, really hot. And then this old naked man comes up to my Uncle Don and is like, do you guys need any help? And Uncle Don's like, no, we're good. Oh my God. Yeah. It was
amazing.
Mm.
So
And I was a
that's
late
what it
bloomer,
would be
so
like
that
if
was
you
my first view of a naked man.
Just remind me to tell you a story. I can't tell it on stream, but remind me to tell you a story because it's fucking hilarious.
Okay, I'm excited. About
Okay.
Okay, let's talk Two Rivers.
Okay.
Let's talk where's the moment?
Perrin and his pocket-sized girlfriend.
Perrin and his pocket-sized girlfriend.
His pocket rocket.
Yeah, that's a great. Let's start there. Perrin and his
He is literally a pocket
Perrin
rocket.
and his pocket rocket. Like
She is tiny.
She is amazing. I love her
And
so
he
much.
is a large man, and it's adorable.
It's adorable. And the way you can know how tiny she is when she is with Fain and Chiad, and they are overlooking the Waygate, and she's in between the two of them, and they are literally towering over her. She is like 5'2",
and she's on
a good
horseback
day.
in that scene as well, and they're still taller. That's how short she is.
I think she's 5 foot nothing. I think I looked it up, and she is 5 foot
she's
nothing.
like on a good day.
With heels on.
Yeah.
I mean, the casting for Faile is perfect.
And Marcus is 6'3", so it's quite a difference in height.
I didn't 100% love everything in this scene, but that's because how dare you? How dare you?
We discussed this earlier. We think it's a cutting of just her family to streamline the story a bit.
I understand. I get it, but
it's not this initial scene I wanted to discuss because we did talk about that earlier. I want to talk about that that thing you've been chasing, the whole reason you've come to the Two Rivers. And, like, hey, grab that thing just there. You get my bag, that thing in there. You want to just let me just unroll that for you. Like, hey, see this? Yeah. So
this is my friend Matt.
This is one of my besties, and that is you're after that shit, right? Is that what the horn? Yeah, I fucking love that scene, man.
Oh, it's perfect.
So good.
Found the horn of the Lear and he blew it.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it.
That was an amazing conversation.
It was so good, wasn't it? And then he just cut her off with a kiss when she was about to flay him verbally.
Yeah. And he so that just goes to show that Perrin knows more about women than Matt or Rand ever will.
I mean, that's pretty cool.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm down for that.
They have really good chemistry. I like aged up Faile a lot.
Yes, agree.
Beginning of the story, Faile, like when we first met her, I liked her. And then when we got to know her more, I'm like, I hate her. She sucks. She is toxic and awful. But then like Malden happened and the Two Rivers happened and she grew up and turned into like a person instead of an idiot teenager. And then I liked her again. So I feel like with the show, we've gone straight to like mature, normal Faile who isn't a toxic mess.
Agreed.
Yes.
And I like it.
I would agree with that as well. I love that they did chemistry reads with Marcus and actresses for this role.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Nice.
One of the interviews that was revealed in, I think, I forget who it was with, but yeah, Marcus said like, we were doing chemistry reads and such, and she was great, and she's like, I think that might have been also where he called her a pocket rocket. Yeah, because I know Yeah, Marcus.
I didn't know that he called her
that. That's where this comes from. Marcus called her.
I'm sorry. My calling her a pocket rocket was entirely a different context.
Oh, I know that, and I'm pretty sure that in his head he was like trying to describe her, and he's like, "This is both appropriate and inappropriate, and thus extra appropriate and perfect." And I'm going to describe. Like, I just feel like in his head he was just like, "Pocket rocket is the right way to describe Isabella."
I'm literally deceased right now.
Yeah, I'm sure. Someone help me out in chat. I feel like it was the Dragon Mountain interview, but it might have been the Talkies interview. But yeah.
Faile seems like a top, according to Knuckles Mustache says.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Faile's definitely a top.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Although it could be that their dynamic does feel
There
it
could be a
little
switchy
We'll
thing
have to
going
wait
on
and
kind of
see.
and
They might be a little switchy. Yeah.
That's
So we'll have
possible.
to see. But
Jess, I love you so much.
I love you too. But I love that she's tiny and still kicks ass. Like,
Yeah.
I know we're not talking about this
Absolutely.
episode, but last episode when she was fighting in the White Cloak camp, it
Mhm.
was 100% like using their size and weight against them to
Yep.
like throw them around and like jumping up and like wrapping her legs around their head and then like throwing them to the ground. I'm like, yes, tiny
And
woman
so-
kicks ass. I love it.
Yeah, it gave me like it was like a mix of like Aiel moves and Black Widow moves.
Mm-hmm.
It's like
know?
Cammy from Mortal Kombat is what it is.
Yeah, she was dancing like the Aiel dance, but she was using moves that we've seen in the Marvel in the MCU, like Black Widow. Would
Yeah,
would
like
use.
Black Widow
and I was
does, yeah.
like, it was a good. I was seeing elements of both, and it was a great combination. I was just like, I'm enjoying this. So
Max, you're probably right.
yeah,
I identify
that's
with
fair.
that a little bit. You're probably
Yeah.
right.
You're probably right there, Max.
Did you guys talk about Pat and Fain?
We have not.
Not yet.
We
I
have
haven't.
not talked about Pat and Fain. This season is do or die for Pat and Fain. I've said this a few times. Something needs to be made of him, or he just needs to be disposed of in this season, which is obviously not nice to say because your Hermione is slaying it in the few moments.
I love the way that they decided to do this because in the books, he has entrenched himself with the White Cloaks, becoming kind of like a de facto advisor to Pedro Nile and then being deployed out with Dane Bornhold's group, and kind of like the essence of Mashadar starts to impact Dane Bornhold's contingent. I love the way that they have done this by like, oh, hey, we're all bloody because we came across some Trollocs, but no, actually our Trollocs came across your White Cloak reinforcements and we're pretending to be them. I think that is freaking brilliant. I love it
did not
so
lie.
much.
Dude did not lie. We came across
We
some
ran
trouble.
into some trouble with Trollocs. I mean,
He didn't even say Trollocs. He just like we came across some
He
trouble.
did say Trollocs. He did say
he s-
Trollocs.
We did say
Yeah.
Trollocs. Yeah, we came
We
across some Trollocs.
Some trouble with
But
Trollocs.
I love the looks on
Yes.
Dane and Valda's faces, and Valda looks at Dane like
Yeah.
something is not right here.
I mean, I am so freaking here for it. I love it so much. Like, you see him overlooking the two rivers, giving the little whistle that he gave in the
Mhm.
beginning of season 1. And apparently, and I didn't know this, Millie Skane is with him.
Okay.
Oh,
And
really?
Yes.
I didn't know that because I don't watch like spoilery stuff because I'm trying to like go in with like fresh, not
Yeah,
preconceived
same. I had
notions
no
of
idea.
anything. So
Like,
Oh,
I saw
she
an
was-
Aiel and a Trolloc, but
She was credited in the credits.
yes, she was credited, but I
Where
didn't know
else you
that.
get
Like when I
credited?
was watching it, like I didn't know that it was Cheyenne or Millie Skane, whoever you want to call her. But I love but you look at all of like they pan to like 3 different extras that are also dressed in White Cloak, and they look literally insane. They look they literally are like they're not clean shaven. They are clearly not White Cloaks, but
and they
Valda-
all look just like dead eyes.
like dead-eyed. And Dane Bornhold and Eamon Valda are like, okay, well, maybe they've come across some hard times. They're like not accepting them whatsoever. I love it so much. Yeah, that's
Oh, she's
Millie's
not an
game right
Aiel.
there.
I initially thought the woman standing next to him was an Aiel, but
No,
Yeah, it's not, but it does look a little bit like that. So I can totally understand why you would think that.
Yeah. I do love that we got the Trollocs again in prosthetics and not in CGI. It's like
Mhm.
practical effects as opposed to CGI
I really like
effects.
that they do as many practical effects as they can.
Yep, I agree.
Yes. Data makes a very good point. When Valda thinks someone else is unhinged, you should be scared. Yes.
Yes.
And I think
you
it's
absolutely
reinforcing the fact that you can have zealotry and what we would consider evil in humanity without actually being a dark friend. Because I think at this point, by them doing this, they are unequivocally showing that Eamon Valda is not a dark friend. He's just religious zealot.
Mhm.
And so I do like that, because there do have to be people who have who aren't good people that aren't dark friends. They need to make
Yep.
that differentiation, that
Yes.
not everybody who has morally gray or who is a bad person is aligned with the dark one directly. So I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I like Max's. Is it Max? Maybe I just missed it. Yeah, here. If we don't get a Fain cold open in 307, I don't think they'll ever do anything with him. Ooh,
That's good. Did we see him in the preview for episode 7? Did you guys talk about that, or are we not talking
I
about it?
didn't watch it.
I haven't
You haven't
watched
watched
the
it.
preview.
Okay.
So I won't watch
watched
the
it one time
preview
by
and-
accident, and I don't remember if I saw him or not.
That's fine. I have started to watch the previews, but after I have done the 4 things I do every week, which is the reaction, through Thol Talk, 3 Wheelings recording, which was earlier today, and this live stream, and then normally on Monday, but because I'm traveling on Monday, it might be Monday night, I will do the watch the preview and then my thoughts on what's going to happen, which is probably just going to terrify me and just give me I'm just going to be hyperventilating and things, because it's the Battle of the Two Rivers, and it pretty much is my favorite moment in the entire series.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's gonna happen.
I'm interested to know, with that in mind, I'm interested to know what you think about the way they've handled Perrin's returning to the Two Rivers and going to rescue Natty and the girls and all of that stuff, because we've talked about this quite a bit on Tarvalin After Dark. This is also one of Nynaeve's favorite storylines, and he feels like they haven't hit the right tone with it, or at the very least haven't hit the tone of the books. And so I'm interested to know what you think about that.
So for me, Marcus is playing Perrin right, but the setup, what is the iffy part for me? Like the rest of it around the village is fine. I wish I'd seen some sort of construction around the village, of building the wall. Like perhaps when we had Pat and Fain looking over things, maybe they were like, we should start building the wall. The bit for me that hasn't really sold completely was when everyone's going back to their houses at late at night type thing. And he's just
I think
like,
that's a place where there was something cut.
Yeah, it's like, where are you all going? And what's missing for me is some kind of, moment from Marinal there, be like, all right, if you don't start all heading home now, you're not going to get home before very early, and the Trollocs might get you in journeys or whatever type thing, and or something of that nature. There need to be some impetus for all of them to be leaving simultaneously, which we didn't get. I think Marcus played the moment very well, where Perrin doesn't really do anything super engaging and magical to be like, listen to me, people, let me go. He's not like, I am Maximus Decimus Meridius and you will stay in the village and help me defend it against White Cloaks and Trollocs. So we don't get, there's no magnetism to Perrin, and I think that's Marcus playing Perrin quite well there, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But because it starts with a weird, everyone's leaving at the same time, and there's no sort of signal for that to have happened. When you've got White Cloaks and Trollocs wandering around, and you're like, yeah, I'm going to put a beam on the door and the boys are going to guard from the rooftop. Like, it's pitch black out. Like, why have you left it till now to go home? Like, there's something missing there that kind of like makes the scene not quite work so well.
Yeah, I feel like there was definitely something that led up to that.
Yeah.
And led to Perrin coming out and giving like his big speech that we didn't get. I feel like something must have gotten filmed that they ended up cutting. I wish that they would give them more time, more episodes, or more time per episode or something. Because like even 5 extra minutes would make such a huge difference.
I mean, for me, it's just like the overall sense of loss and mourning that you should be feeling in the Two Rivers, or the sense of loss and despondency at this point. Like the not really like they should be kind of like floundering and wondering about like everybody's kind of, when in the books they're kind of doing their own thing, right? Like the certain families are banding together or they're pulling in, and you just don't have like that. You don't have Perrin's sense of urgency to unite the Two Rivers. That's kind of like what feels like is missing. And also absolute loss that should be felt, because multiple people by this time have lost multiple family members, and you just don't really.
Yeah, there's been no attacks on the village.
Right.
Things
You
like
just
that.
don't. You just don't
There's,
get
there's
that.
there's no skirmishing going on, and hopefully there's maybe
Yeah.
a little bit of skirmishing at the very beginning, perhaps, of
Maybe.
episode 7, and then it builds up to a big battle, or there's what they think might be a big battle, and then actually doesn't show up. Many
I mean,
show up.
Ultimately, what would make sense is that you're going to come across the Tuathlon like being absolutely decimated, and the Two Rivers acting as their place of refuge, right? Like that's.
I think they'll just roll into town.
You think? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to go out hunting and find them.
They're just going to show up there.
I think what's left of the dregs is going to show up and be
It's
like,
gonna show.
they're just going to come running in or something like that, and be
Yeah.
like, getting away from Trollocs or something. But yeah, there's been no attacks on the village. There's been no showing of the village getting ready to defend itself.
Agree.
Pre or post Perrin swing. So that's where it falls down. I will let that slide if they do the battles right.
Right.
If what happens in 7 is done right and feels, like it's true to the story, then I'll, the rest will slide for me, and I'll be like, it's fine. That doesn't bother me.
I mean,
if they
we only
don't
have
deliver
5 days to find out.
Yeah, if they don't deliver what I hope they can deliver, then I will be upset. But from everything we've heard from folks who have seen it all, episode 7 delivers.
Well, I'm given to understand that episode 7 is supposed to be a banger. So
yeah,
yay! We love bangers.
One of the things that Nynaeve said was that he felt like their Perrin himself didn't have a sense of urgency about doing stuff around
rescuing
the village.
anybody.
And,
yeah.
And I actually think that they're playing it that way on purpose, because like Perrin is used to somebody else being in charge. He doesn't want to lead. He doesn't know how to lead. He needs some kind of major impetus. I feel like Natty is the start of that, and then something else is going to happen that's going to start spurring him forward toward that, with Faile's help, because she's already starting to plant seeds like a leader can either mourn the dead or take care of the living. You can't do both, like shit like that, right?
Oh my God.
And so I think that like they're pacing it out. This is a man who does not want to lead. He said multiple times he doesn't want to lead. He just wants to go home. And now he's home.
It's going to be,
and he doesn't want to deal with it.
It's going to be him seeing Padden Fain. When you think about back to season 1, when they're in Faldara, and he sees Padden Fain out of the corner of his eye as he walks by. He says to Nynaeve,
no book spoilers right now, because
I'm not book spoiling anything.
No, I know. I'm just saying, don't add any book spoilers to it.
Don't add any book spoilers. Okay.
Don't worry,
Hi,
Aisha's in the background, folks. This is just television talk. I might as well just bring her in.
You might as well bring her in.
Welcome to Aisha.
Hi, Aisha.
This is episode 108 discussion.
This 108 discussion. So when they're in Faldara in season 1, when Matt's no longer with them after he didn't go through the Waygate, and Perrin sees Padden Fain in the street, and he says to Nynaeve, I think I saw Padden Fain. Was that Padden Fain? And then the conversation that Padden Fain had with Perrin in Faldara as his dark friends are digging up the Horn of Valir. It's going to Padden Fain, him seeing Padden Fain, knowing Padden Fain is a dark friend, knowing that Padden Fain is with the White Cloaks, even though the White Cloaks probably don't know that Padden Fain's a dark friend, is going to be the impetus that spawns Perrin to.
Yeah. I would buy that for $1.
Fain
Absolutely.
coming back to the Two Rivers when he was the person who initiated the initial Trolloc thing that initiated him killing his wife. And then their interactions in Faldara is going to come full circle, and that is probably what's going to lead to Perrin to actually stand up and be
I think you nailed it.
Yeah, I like that. So
I do that sometimes.
Anyway,
maybe if Perrin will kill him.
Hi, Aisha.
Hi, Aisha. How you doing? You're muted.
You're
by the way.
muted.
That's okay. Oh no, I can't hear. Is the right mic selected? We will find out in a moment.
Damn technical difficulties.
Yes.
Technology, am I right?
Wait, we're doing a refresh. I can't.
Saying...
Oh,
You
no,
can't hear
there
me?
we go. No, we can hear you now.
Yes, we
Yes.
can hear you now.
Okay, because I'm like,
Yes.
it's selected.
Can you
Maybe-
hear
maybe
me
that
now,
refresh is all it needed,
darling? Can you hear me
Welcome.
now?
Yes. Welcome back, Aisha. How are you this week?
I'm all right. I'm all
Yeah?
right. I enraged a few of the Rand stands this week. Sorry, but yeah. Other than
I
that-
can't
That's a
wait
can
to
of
hear
worms.
why.
I mean, I don't understand. What did Rand do this week?
Right? Rand was, he's just an angel, misunderstood king. My bad. My bad.
I mean, I think you mean misunderstood clan chief.
Clan chief, dragon, leader of the two rivers if he'd stayed.
Jess, I'm not sure what you
Not
said, but you were
enough.
No,
muted, by the way.
Now I'm muted. How the hell did that happen?
Rand's
It's like
doing
flashbacks to Tarvalin After Dark. Names keeps muting me like a dick.
So, yeah. Do you want to jump straight to that discussion and tell us how you upset the Rand stands?
No, just because, listen, I'm someone where if anyone's watched my reactions, it's like if I don't necessarily dislike or write off a character if they do things that I don't agree with. If I don't like the way that they handled something or the way that they're acting, it's not to say I can't empathize and understand it. It doesn't mean I have to like it or that I'm going to be like, that's okay. Because if it's wrong, I'm going to call it out. And yeah, in this episode, when Rand had his inevitable confrontation, which we all knew had to happen, my opinion, and others can differ, is that, when you're in the wrong, and maybe this is something you learn as you get older, sometimes you just got to take your lumps, right? And Rand knew he was in the wrong. He knew it. He apologized initially. And I was like, good. He said what I said last week when people were like, and I said, no, he should have told her. And that's exactly what he said. I should have told you. I'm sorry. And then when she rightfully was like, so is it just that you have a fetish for mass murderers now? Or like, I'm just trying to figure this out. What does he do instead of just being like, I mean, it's true. It's true that she doesn't understand the full scope yet. And instead of just, kind of just going with that and being like, hey, you're angry right now, rightfully. We'll talk about this later. And I can give you a little bit of what I'm going. No, instead, but you didn't want me. You pushed me aside. You wanted to be a wisdom and then you just leave me and look at me. I'm the dragon. You didn't want me. So this is your fault. And I'm like, really, Rand, is this the time? Is this the time? So I brought that out in my reaction. I said, I'm not happy with that, Rand. Like, fine, you're 20 something. You're going through a lot. And I understand it didn't feel nice to have her say that you're crazy for loving a psycho. But, it wasn't the time. I didn't like that he turned that around to make it seem like it was her fault. Like, that's the way it came across to me, is that he was kind of saying, go ahead,
sit down and sit with his big feelings and think about why he got defensive about that. I am with you 100%. He was the asshole in this scenario.
He's thinking
100%.
too much with his head.
Oh,
He's
Jesus
thinking too
Christ.
much with his
Oh,
white
man.
man ego
One
is
of
what
them.
he was thinking.
That too. Yeah, that too.
I mean, okay. So let me be devil's advocate a little bit here. Not hugely devil's advocate, but I mean, let's look at who's planting the seeds of dissent here, right? Lanfear is telling Rand that she wants to change. I'm not that person anymore, but I could be that person for you. And then you've got her with Egwene finally finding out who has been tormenting her for months, if not a year at this point, right? We don't really have a full timeline breakdown, but she's been sowing the seeds of dissent in different ways to get between the two of them. And Rand and Egwene are already kind of coming to their own realizations that their paths are diverging from each other. And Rand is a man. I mean, let's also throw that in there. Rand is a man, and they don't quickly accept fault. So I think, but I do honestly believe that he was caught off guard when she told him, like, did you know what she's been doing to me all this time?
That part 1,000%. And this is where I said, if Rand had just taken a minute and just held on to, just allowed her rightful anger, she probably would have automatically assumed that he didn't know. Because
Mhm.
what saddened me is that Egwene didn't figure out that, Lanfear was all Miss Lottie-Daw and Tel'Raeon with her until she said, when Rand finds out, she said, when I tell him what you've done, exactly. And I'm like, if she'd realized, she would have known right then that was something that she was scared of. Right.
Yep.
But I understand she was trying to process a lot in that moment.
Sure.
But but I understand her because of Rand's reaction. I was 100% why she's like, did you know? Maybe Lanfear's not lying to me. Maybe you did know. And you're okay with it because now you're sleeping with mass murderers. So I don't know what you do anymore.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Literally looking at a man that she does not know who he is anymore. Like, what is she supposed to believe?
Agree.
Right.
Agree. I just think that I think because also Rand wasn't wrong when he said, I was never enough for you.
1,000. See, I have my interpretation of that. Like,
that was
that's
deflecting for Rand.
No.
That was deflecting. But it was also truth telling at the same time.
It was truth in that the way I look at it is I separate Rand from the life. So I think Rand, which is right because he's young, like he's thinking that her rejection of his marriage, etc., is a rejection of him personally. We do that as humans, right? We hear just like, it means I'm not. No, I think what Egwene was like, bro, if I could have been with you in the Two Rivers and pursued things that I'm interested in too, and those two things could have been the same, I would have been fine with being with you. But you have a very unique, we saw it, right? Ishii showed her what his vision of what Egwene was supposed to be. Nice little wife on the homestead, taking care of the children,
babies.
Her whole world being about Rand. And that's fine.
I do want to give him credit there because he was like, no, this isn't what she would want. This isn't the real Egwene.
Yes.
I will give him credit for realizing that.
He did come out of it, yes.
Yeah.
But I guess my point is that Ishii was employing that fully from nowhere. Right. And so I do think that that's where Egwene didn't want the life. It's not that she didn't want Rand per se. I think she didn't want the life that he would have wanted for her. So, you know what I mean? I don't think they're one in the same because I think her love for him was to me always very clear. But I just think he had an idea of what she was supposed to be, which was not what she wants to be. And that's, again, like you said, Beth, like their paths are diverging regardless. And that happens. But I think, he just kind of internalized it. And I feel like that's maybe why she couldn't really answer because, yes, it's true. She didn't want to marry him, but I don't think she ever felt like it was a matter of, I don't want to be with you. Like, you're the problem. I think the love has always been very clear. It's just, it's a package. And she doesn't want that package. She wants the upgraded Aes Sedai package.
Right. They were small fish in a small pond. And then all of a sudden they were pulled out of that small pond and they were deposited into something vastly, infinitely bigger. And there's more options, whether that's a person or a position or career. Your eyes get opened up, right? When you're pulled out of your small little town. And
it takes time to come to terms with the fact that you're not going to be able to make something work with somebody that you love. Mm-hmm. So, I imagine that she was probably in a fair amount of denial about it. She wasn't thinking about it. She didn't want to address it for, whatever reason. But I do think that Rand was also very intentionally sitting on the fact that he was feeling bitter that she was making choices for herself without taking him into consideration. He was sitting on those feelings. He was not addressing them. He was not having the conversations. And then when the chips were down and they went to have the discussion, he pulled that out and threw it in her face.
Because boys
and
never do that.
Not the time to have that discussion. There were a billion other times they could have had that talk. But no, you're yelling at me because I'm sleeping with a psychopath when I'm also sleeping with you. But you wanted to have a career. Like,
right.
No.
I can see that.
Absolutely fucking not, sir. Please have a seat.
It's and all the boy thing to do. No offense, Rob. I mean, no offense.
Yeah. But all the while, too, the part that's even hilarious about all of this is like, okay, Rand, if that's really how you felt, then why you jump back in bed with her, though? You were fine when she's wrapped around you, though. But it's like, but you don't love me. I'm not enough. But okay, come to bed. Can't have it both ways, Rand.
That part, though.
Yeah. Someone did say in chat, and this is where I'm, because I do think Rand's the one at fault. So I have and I've said this earlier, I'll be clear with that. I do think Rand's the one at fault here. But I said earlier that Egwene, I feel like Egwene, while she's not at fault, wasn't also helping in some places. And someone pointed out,
not perfect.
No. Yeah. She found out at the end of the last episode he's sleeping with Lanfear, and her reaction was not to go to Rand and be like, "You're fucking someone who's a psychopath and a monster and evil," whilst you're also sleeping with me. Her reaction, and it's fair, her reaction was to go off and deal with it with the wise ones and try and protect herself, you know. And it's just like that was just me being like, oh, so lack of communication is on both sides. Rand's the one at fault overall in the situation, definitely.
So
But, like,
Max
just
just
example.
put something in chat. Can we acknowledge you can't consent to someone who wants to murder you if you say no? The thing is that Lanfear is not presenting that side of herself to Rand at all in any way, shape, or form. Rand, she is presenting herself as I have reluctantly been pulled into who I am now. Rand even says, I saw who you were before. And she says, I'm not that person. But she almost alludes to, but I could be if I was you. She is manipulating Rand.
Finding a way to get out of her dark vows, all of this stuff. There has never been any indication that she has told him, if you try to leave me, I will fucking kill you.
She has never said that to Rand.
If he wanted, I'm absolutely positive that he feels like if he wanted to walk away, he could, and he's choosing not to.
He feels he's looking for the good in her. Because at the heart of it all, Rand is a good person who looks for the good in people, no matter who they are. And him going through because if you remember her reactions with Rand before last week, there was nothing sexual about any of their interactions going on between the end of season 2 and up to episode 4. She did not try to approach him in a romantic fashion again until after he admitted that he saw her in the columns and he saw who she used to be. And she took that and she played on that because she is a master manipulator. And Rand is not looking at her as a threat. Rand is looking at her, somebody looking for redemption, looking for a way out. And she is playing on that. So I honestly don't think that and he didn't know what she was doing to Egwene. He doesn't know that she's manipulating Moraine into pulling his strings. So he doesn't know any of this stuff. The question is going to be what's going to happen between Rand and Lanfear now that he does know, because now Egwene has told him. So that's the question. Like, what is Rand's interaction with Lanfear going to be?
She knows it's going to be bad. She knows
exactly
the reaction until everyone said that she knows it's not going to be good. I'm going to say that someone put in my comments, which I didn't really think it's very true. Like what you're saying to a degree about like, I don't think Rand is, I wouldn't say it's all purely that he's not threatened. I do think he understands she's powerful. Sure. I think he understands. 100%. Someone mentioned that, like, imagine a 3,000-year-old grooming a 20-year, like someone who's been, you know what I mean? Like, it's true. Like, even though he's technically of age, compared to her length of lens, she very much can pull strings in a way that Rand hasn't even grown remotely old enough to understand yet. So I do think that there is a manipulation. I do think Rand doesn't realize that, but I also think that he just, like he said, like he thinks there's a room to potentially help her, but also someone else brought up the fact that he also has a very unique situation that absolutely nobody else understands right now. And she is appealing. She's like, I know who Luz was. I know what your inclinations are. I know what you're thinking. So they do have this bubble.
When she's like, oh, you know, I think I want to change. He's seen her pre-4 because of the visions in Meridian. Yeah. So like, and that's information no one else has. So it's weird. I think how this initially in the fight here, we've all got our different thoughts, and I see, you know, agreement and disagreement in chat, you know, fair. I think, like we say, how he reacts next episode to this news with Lanfear and with Egwene will define how this situation in this episode is viewed. Because he, you know, he could be like, you're talking crap. He could be like, Lanfear, we need to have it out. It could be all sorts of things. And I don't want to speculate on what those things could be because I would get into book comments and I don't want to do that. So,
gotcha.
But yeah, like it's very, very messy, just like real life, which I did appreciate.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying is that, like, again, clarifying, I don't hate Rand. I'm not writing him off. I'm just saying that particular situation, I don't think he handled it the best way he could have. But I also recognize he's human and young and it's a messy situation. So that's all I ranted about. But people were like, oh my gosh, you hate Rand. I'm like, no, it's not that deep. I'm just like not happy with this situation. My heart was breaking for him at the end.
That moment, but he's had better ones.
Yeah, I in my reaction, I was like, dude, no, like, don't listen to Lanfear. Why are you But in the same breath, I was, when Egwene says, "Did you know?" And he's like, "I have no idea what you're talking about." In that moment, I was like, "You look at his face. He didn't know. How can you not see that?"
I
Egwene?
think she realized that at the end and the way he said it. And again, if somebody hadn't quite literally crashed the party,
we did.
Things would have gone a little bit differently.
I did say earlier we had this discussion, obviously with book stuff in it as well. But I was like, I think if Sammy hadn't turned up, they were pretty close to at least finding a way to discuss it without just saying horrible things or yelling at each other. Like I feel they were trying to. There was a way that was slowly opening up to maybe some
the
form
fight
of
went
action.
right out of Rand when he heard that Egwene was being hurt. The fight went out because I don't think he thought Egwene was hurt outside of the knowledge at that point, right? He was just like, okay, your feelings are hurt. But when he found out, because he's been there, right? He's been right beside her with all those nightmares, so he viscerally understands how bad she was hurt there. So you saw the fight go out of him. And I think Egwene picked up on the fact that the fight went out of him, but they didn't have time to process it.
They didn't. So what happens afterwards after his moment with? We'll get all the heavy, sad stuff out the way straight away. Sarah,
she was so cute. I was like, not the baby. Why the baby? But
it was an important moment for Rand.
Yes.
And I think that it's setting him on the, they keep talking about how eventually he's going to go mad. And this is step one, I think.
I mean, that would drive someone even without the one power doing what it's doing mad. Like that's so much. And kudos to Yosha. I think he did a great job with that scene. Like between him screaming that I can do exactly. And I said this in my reaction is like, imagine for how long people are like, you're going to make the world, no pressure, but you're going to save everybody. You have all this power. Don't worry about it. You've got this woman who's stalking you in your dreams saying like, I love you because you're so powerful. And then you can't save one life. And again, it's not to say that this is a small, but you know what I'm saying? Like he's probably thinking like, I'm supposed to be able to do anything and I can't save somebody. I can't save a little girl. Does this even mean anything? Why am I here?
And I think there's an additional layer to that too, because the reason that she died in the first place was because of him and the fact that he doesn't know how to control his power. He hasn't taken the time to figure it out. He channels as little as possible and he can't control it. And he was someplace else when he was channeling. He was in another dimension.
That was someone mentioned, like, how Moiraine said, how do you keep a pot from boiling? And then someone in my comments was like, the pot was boiling. And that was the lid coming off when he let, and it's remember, he's been, even when he was talking to Moiraine earlier, it was starting to slip because he's like, I can't even imagine what it'd be. It's like having an itch you can't scratch. You just really want to scratch it.
Yeah.
And he finally got to scratch
my shoulder blades go back and I'm like,
exactly.
But like there's the two layers. Like she died because of him and his inability to control this thing and his fear of trying to figure it out. And then on top of it, he's supposed to be so powerful and he broke it and now he can't fix it. And it isn't like it's even just a random little girl. It is this wonderful man's granddaughter who he respects, presumably.
He was bonding with her.
Yeah, and he was like, he has toe. He's supposed to harvest her squashes.
He's going to be harvesting them for life.
I bet we see them. I bet we see him harvesting squashes.
Max is asking, what's your over-under on seeing Rand harvest squashes?
I feel like it's got to happen, or we're going to see a flash forward of him like 95 still harvesting those squashes. Like every year. Yes.
Oh, that's amazing.
No but him. But I have a question. I mean, people kind of answered it in my video, and so I'm a little, because I was saying in my reaction, I'm like, so I understand that male, female sides of this power are very, very different. But I'm like, Rand calls it the one power, even talking to Moiraine, right? It's the one power, right? And we hear even Nynaeve back in the day say it's one power that can be, more broadly spread. Is it really so far that like Moiraine can't even be like, hey, maybe try moving your hands like this and it might work for you? Like, is there no commonalities in this thing enough for her to?
So
it's not. It's meant to be like it's meant to be like it's one power.
Yin and yang. Picture a yin yang symbol like one half of it is Sidene and the other half of it is Sidar. And because I don't think this is spoilery to give it away at all, is what Marin was talking about, harnessing that new power, is called the true power. That's different.
Which isn't confusing at all.
It's not confusing at all. So the one power is kind of like what drives the pattern, right? Is kind of like what drives the weaving of the pattern and the spinning of the wheel. The true power is outside of that, and that is in essence the Dark One's power. And that's what punched through and broke through in episode 4 in that flashback, was accessing that true power. And it goes back to episode 4 in season 2 when Moiraine had slit Lanfear's throat, and then you saw those little things in her eye. That was her harnessing the true power to heal herself, basically, like to bring herself back from the dead. And that is the Dark One's power, so to speak. But the one power has two halves. And we can talk about whether it being a binary thing is relevant in today's culture with having people who are non-binary, transgender people. There's some talk in the community about how well that has aged. But in Robert Jordan's writings, Sidene is the male half and Sidar is the female half, and they access it differently. The way to harness the power is different. And that's kind of what they were touching on in that scene. And I think actually that's very relevant to kind of correcting something that hasn't aged well in Jordan's writings is Rand is telling Moiraine basically, like, you don't have to surrender to it. Like, just don't surrender to it. See what happens. So it'd be very interesting to see if Moiraine takes that advice in that changing the way that she deals with Sidar. Because remember, the Aes Sedai have been trained to do that. Like, that's the only way that they know how to harness that power. So maybe Rand giving Moiraine some different insight is because we don't ever get insight in the show into the teachings of, like, how do the wise ones teach other wise ones to channel? Are they surrendering or are they seizing? Are the sea folk that we saw last episode with their channeling for the Windfinders, are they surrendering? Or because they talked about that when they talked about it's like as vast as an ocean, you can't surrender to the ocean, or you know what I mean? Like it's very interesting to see if they're going to kind of like correct Jordan's working of, because in the books, it's like seizing Sidene. Sidene is something that you have to fight with. You have to fight to control it. Whereas women surrender to it. It's like you're in a river and you just open yourself up to it and you just go with the flow, and then it goes through you like you're a vessel for it. So it'll be interesting to see.
Yeah, and because they're handled in two very different ways, and there is a split down the middle by gender. Like, they can't access each other's, and so they can't see each other's weaves. There's no way for them to really know how to help the other person. But I think that they're setting it up for what Beth is talking about when the thing that comes to mind is when the Sail Mistress says there are many different ways to channel and many different ways to be a woman. And I think that part of what they're doing is they're setting it up for Nynaeve, because she has this block. She tries to open herself up and she can't because she's afraid. And I think that what we might be seeing here is we're setting up for Nynaeve to realize that for her, surrendering doesn't work. She needs to grab it. And so, I think that they're setting it up for different people. They're setting it up to realize that there isn't one specific way to do it. And so I don't know if any
I like that take, Jess. I really like that take.
I don't even think that was my idea. I think somebody else came up with that.
Great nod to that the other amazing scene in this, to me, in this episode with Moggy and the girls.
Yeah! The fact that you're calling Moghedien Moggy, I love you so much even more.
One of us.
Book readers will very often say Moggy It's a very common nickname for her.
And I also just have to say that
It's
when you
easier to
said
type than Moghedien.
when you said grab it, you guys, as a child of the 80s, bop it
Oh yeah,
toy,
that's a '90s toy as well. Thank you.
bop it, pull it,
Twist it,
slap it, twist it. Like I just when you said grab it, see, I was like, oh my god, I need to bop it in my hand right now. Like
One of our toys.
So okay, so
we're not
tell
getting
us-
kinky. Do not get kinky,
No.
Jess. I saw the look on your face.
No,
We're
let's talk.
No,
let's
dead ass.
talk-
The only thing I was thinking is that I never got a bop it because we were poor, so I never
Okay.
played with one.
Let's talk Moghedien and the girls.
Yes.
Yeah, you really enjoyed that scene. You said, Aisha.
Listen, this. Okay, yeah, great. Lanfear can like pop heads and start fires. Yeah, scary. Ooh, yeah, no. Somebody who literally sits there and enjoys playing with you like little rag dolls at her tea party that she forced everybody to go to. That was fun. And the fact that she's making them smile, which is unnecessary. That was just like, you know what I mean? It's literally like the crazy girl who was like, here's my dolls at my tea party and everyone's going to have a good time, right? That's what I got, like the energy of that whole situation. And yeah, between that and my girl Nynaeve. First of all, great tea drop there. My take on it is when Moghedien asks her straight up, why are you blocked? And I love that she asks because she knows it's Nynaeve that's blocking it. And Nynaeve says it's because I'm scared, but I hate it, I think. That's the part that got me. The fear, I think, was pretty evident, but the hate it part. Because like, why would she hate something like this? And my interpretation of it is I don't think she hates the power so much as what having the power represents.
Yep.
Having the power means she's got to change her life. She's got to go off of what she wants. She's still dreaming of what happened in the arches with her and Elnor and her perfect little life. That's never going to happen. And she knows it because of this power that so many people kind of like ran, not to that extent, but they all think she's capable of so much. And she doesn't even know if she wants to do this. And now she kind of hates the idea that she, again, this power, this alpha, very much I need to be in control of things person has been thrown off the course that she thought she had control of. So I thought that was so telling. And I feel like that's going to be very instrumental to her potentially lifting that block is learning not to hate.
Fair. Very fair.
Okay.
The other thing that makes
maybe what she needs to surrender to, she needs to embrace. They talk about embracing the source. She needs to embrace what this means for her, what her new life is going to be.
Yeah.
Like she needs to get her head out of the two rivers. And
I mean, the whole reason why she's there is because she was chasing down her friends, right? Like she was trying to save them from the Aes Sedai, and now she's becoming an Aes Sedai. And but I do want to say another thing that makes Moghedien so creepy is that she is so childlike in so many of her motions. Like her body language is very childlike in itself. And I talked about this on my podcast recording earlier today, is like she is like so like she kind of dances about and she's just like it's so eerie. And one of my podcast co-hosts said that the actress who plays her actually used her 4-year-old daughter as reference for some of her character movements, and that's what makes her so eerie, like the grasping of the hands of Nynaeve and Elayne when she's in the room with them, like almost, and it reminded me almost like Ring Around the Rosie, like when you're about to like you're in a circle with your friends. Yes, she was taking inspiration from her daughter. It's
great, but
eerie.
It explains like what she was doing to like the food, like Liandrin's food and stuff. Like it's all very, but I look at that and it's not even the childlikeness that scares me. It's more of it's almost like she's someone who's trying to pretend to be human. It's like she's forgotten, so she's doing these weird hyperbolic image. Because even like when she took out, I can't remember her name, but the girl, the real spy that Lanfear or Liandrin was looking for.
I think that was Ispan. I think it was.
Yeah, when she was taking her out and she's screaming and she makes that weird like mimicking face of, when she's clearly screaming her lungs out. I'm like, that's something that you see like people who are trying to mirror human emotion do. Like she's like, I don't really know what you're feeling, but I'm gonna make the same face. And I'm smiling at these girls, even though I don't really feel any happiness because I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Like, I don't know. It's like she's forgot how to be human and she's trying to pretend to be human with these girls. But anyways, that was one thing I got. And then the other thing, obviously, was my girl Nynaeve still fighting the compulsion in her own subconscious way. I was like, yes, Nynaeve. And
Yeah, what did you think of that?
First of all, of course.
Of course, exactly.
Obviously.
Of course. I mean, I'm just gonna say, as a Nynaeve stan from the books, Nynaeve is my favorite character from the books. So Nynaeve is the goat. Is all I'm gonna say without literally the goat.
Strongest channeler in 1,000 years, bitch.
Period. Let's not forget.
100%.
So,
but don't forget, we would have beaten that out of you. That hug that she gives her, in my time, we would have beaten that out. Oh my.
That's hilarious that Moggy thinks though, because honestly, if you'd put her 100,000 years ago, she would have been beaten, broken, and in a mess, and still wouldn't have given in. That's Nynaeve. That's how stubborn she is. You saw it. She drank that dirty ass dishwater. She drank that dirty ass dishwater. Remember before she dared, and I was like, no, that's what I would have had to submit.
That was peak Nynaeve. Peak Nynaeve.
That was peak Nynaeve. Yes,
100%.
Jess, I know that you need to go soon. Do you have any burning questions for Aisha before you dash?
How's Aisha's singing voice?
Yeah, how did you like the Hills of Tanchico? And is it most of your personality or all of it now? And how long did it take you to figure out that they were talking about titties? Because for me, it took an embarrassing amount of time to realize they were talking about titties.
So hilarious. My comments, because like I said, my first time watching, I'm just watching and like I noticed the choreo. I'm like, wow, these girls really love their testicles. Yeah, I'm like, they loving the testicle action. I'm like, okay, cool. Didn't even click into me. Then people in my comments were like, it's a flat place. Tanchico's a flat place. What hills do you think they're talking about? And I was like, ooh, now I didn't get it at all during the episode.
Okay.
I was more panicked that somehow someone was gonna come and get Elayne. I was like, I don't have time to focus on why she's up here singing. Like,
for most of us, it was for those who didn't get it very immediately type thing. Some of us actually heard the soundtrack a while ago. It was released, and we heard the song. And I think a couple of people got it from that. I heard the song, didn't get it from that. For me, when it happens, when I realized the moment I realized it was happening and what it was about was when just after Matt's been like caught and looks away, going, "Oh, sorry, shouldn't have done that." Good boy, Matt. Good boy. Well done for recognizing you shouldn't have done that. And then, like, you see Elayne realize that that's what everyone in the audience is doing, and then she looks at Tom, and Tom's like, "Yeah."
She's like,
and she's like, "Oh, okay." But
she leans in, like,
and I was like, "Oh, it's about boobs." Okay,
It took longer than that for me. It was like the next time I saw somebody grabbing their titties, and I was like, "Oh, okay."
Okay, so I have a question, Aisha. Have you found yourself like just singing Hills of Tanchico intermittently during the week at all since you've watched it?
Not as of yet. It hasn't.
Not as of yet. Okay.
I think to help that and to do a transition between Jess, thank you so much for hanging out, Jess.
I love you, Jess.
And Tom from Dragonmount joining us. Welcome, Tom.
Oh,
hello.
While we do the transition, why don't we enjoy the song?
Hills of Tanchico.
Go on then.
Are you sure? Are you really
Like,
sure?
Just for reference, this is the third time we played it so far today.
That's fine. I can listen to this all day.
Tom is my brother
I
from
wish it
another
longer.
mother. I've missed you so much. I'm so happy to see you.
Hello, sister.
Hello.
I the exchange between her and Tom too. Just like they have such charisma together.
A terror-born boy with coin of plenty. Looking for love and more's a pity.
She's got a good voice too.
Lost in the hills of Tanchico City.
Matt makes the best faces.
Too many, and to bring a man to his knees.
There's a face. And Tom's like, uh-huh.
He's like, all right. No.
How's that for the door of
And then the best bit from Matt as well.
That's my friend.
Exactly.
Also, I have to apologize.
Oh.
Elayne is not a thing.
Well,
No, it is
so
not.
this is true. So,
All right, I'm gonna bounce. I love you guys.
Yes.
See you later.
Thanks so much, Jess. Okay.
Thanks for chatting.
So there was this moment when we saw the image of Elayne dressed in that headpiece. It was like, is that Elayne or is that someone else? And there was this whole discussion in the fandom of Elayne versus Elayne, because that ain't Elayne.
Oh,
So yeah, the
Yeah,
Elayne
I like
Elayne thing.
Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
It's definitely Elayne. I take it back because
Yeah.
I was like, that is not Elayne in that screenshot. That is somebody else. That is not Elayne. And I own it. I admit it. That is definitely Elayne. Peak era Elayne, also, by the way. Like, and did you guys watch the after?
Nope.
Okay, so Rafe talks about how that came into fruition. It's not spoilery. It's not spoilery. It's not spoilery.
Is it like the after show bit?
Yeah, but it's just about why they filmed that.
Oh, because Kira sang at
karaoke at a cast party. She sang. She has a really great singing voice. So they decided to write her in singing in the show because they discovered at the cast party that she has a fantastic singing voice, and she sure does, and it's amazing. And we're going to be singing that at WatCon.
Oh
Just
yes.
saying.
Oh yes.
We will be singing that at WatCon.
I gotta. Did he mention what song she sang at the karaoke?
Yes, but I don't remember what it was.
Okay.
You'll have to watch it. It's on Amazon. You can watch it.
Yeah. So tomorrow we're gonna actually have. No, today's Saturday. Monday we're gonna actually have the man who composed that song on Nikhil Kopukar. He is Lorne's. He's also one of the lead composers on the show under Lorne.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
He worked for season 2 and season 3, so he's gonna watch episode 6 with us tomorrow.
Monday.
Awesome.
Monday.
So, all right, Tom. We have already discussed. Just so you know where we are with Aisha, so we don't because we got like sort of 20-ish, 25 minutes ish. We have discussed. Rand and Egwene and their bust up, and Lil Squash, as she's been nicknamed. Everyday Negro's nicknamed her Lil Squash before this episode, which is just like, oh my god,
I love EDN so much. They're amazing.
And obviously now we've discussed the singing, but that we discussed Moggy with her compulsion on the girls.
Okay.
So yeah, those are the things we've covered so far. Would you have any questions for Aisha? Bearing in mind that she's only a show watcher, just so.
Okay. First of all, hi Aisha. It's nice to meet you.
Hello. Nice to meet you too.
I love talking to people who haven't read the book and have only seen the show. Like people have such great. I love the way people approach the show that haven't read the books. It's like going and watching somebody read the books for the first time. It's so much fun. Okay. Question, and I got to make sure it's not spoilery too. How do you feel about the White Cloaks? Like any of the characters of the White Cloaks?
Volda.
Oh my god, he's
Volda and Fain.
Fucking Abdul Silas is that's the guy that plays Volda. Is oh my god,
Killing it.
So,
He is killing it. Yes.
He's killing it. He's
So
killing it. The
good.
fact that I want to throttle him means he's doing a great job.
Oh, yeah.
I love that so much.
Yeah.
Do you
no.
think?
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. No, you go. You go.
And I was thinking at this point, I mean, I think they're a good allegory for a lot of, I could say, a broad stroke religious, very sected off religious extremists.
Zealotry, yes.
Yeah, I think they exist in almost every type of world building that you have in some way or another. And yeah, like you're living in a world where women have a power, only one, side of the population has a power that others don't, and you're going to get some people who are going to feel like they've been wronged, and work from there. So yeah, Valda, I think, is the most extreme form of that, whereas what we've seen of Dane is more of the I was raised in this, but I don't necessarily agree with all of it. I don't know where I could be swayed, but I don't know where I'm at with this. His death of his dad didn't help.
He's like on a knife's edge almost. Like Dane can go either way.
Yeah, Dane's a little bit like there's some gray in the world. Come on, it's not black and white yet.
I mean, you even saw that, right? Like when he was looking at
even his dad
Natty's corpse. When he was looking at
he
Natty's
couldn't look
corpse,
at it. Yeah, he
couldn't
looked away.
look at it. Like he realized that he was the reason why she's dead, right? And
knee-jerk reaction.
Yeah, and I think, and Aisha to bring up Eamon Valda, I think it's really great that they're bringing people into this show that are bad people but aren't dark friends.
Yeah.
Like it's very important to establish that you can have people who aren't good people that aren't necessarily signing up to be
evil,
aligned with evil, right?
Yeah.
Because so many people are like, we had that discussion between Faile and Perrin, how Faile's mother ended up being a dark friend, and she wanted Faile to swear the oaths, and at the expense of her brother's life. Like, not everybody who is morally gray or morally
so you believe
dark.
Faile?
Do I believe Faile?
You believe that story that she told Perrin?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe that story because Faile is badass. And if Faile ends up being a dark friend herself, I'm going to be very angry.
I would be so fucking mad.
I would too. Because Perrin doesn't deserve that.
No.
Yeah, careful of strolling into character history there, Tom. Just not to give anything away.
Yeah.
I was gonna say though, but even with the dark friends, like evil people, not being dark friends, I feel like this episode when we saw Liandrin's backstory, I don't think everyone is necessarily a dark friend is evil either. Like we see there that she came to her at one of the most vulnerable times of her life.
A child too.
Very easily she was a child, but on top of that, look, I think they did a great job of showing how
her
cruel
situation,
everything around her world, the humans, the people who were her people, they were
no one cared.
People like you get what
they
you
were just
deserve.
walking by. There's a girl covered in blood, holding a newborn baby, and people just walking by like nothing's
Telling
going
her she got what she deserved.
She's literally a product of her upbringing.
Yeah,
literally, like the circumstances. It's actually a very good commentary on modern day society, like how easy it is to turn a blind eye to something that doesn't directly impact you, or to ignore what makes you uncomfortable.
It's not my
very
problem.
good. It was a very good social commentary on society today. And again, as the Wheel of Time being a wheel that turns, the only thing that is consistent in the Wheel of Time is humanity and human nature. Or the lack thereof. Exactly. Like people are people no matter when.
Yes.
What's happening. They are still people. And
all that to say though that is she coming out to her at that particular point in her time in her life? Like, of course, there's going to be a feeling of indebtedness, a feeling that's going to skew your moral compass, no matter what, right? So, because she can be like, okay, yeah, he's a Forsaken, but he's the only person who helped me when my human people didn't. So yeah,
and then he's dead. He's dead she believes he's dead. Killed by Rand, who was helped to kill him by Lanfear. Lanfear killed her son. Her son was really the only reason she was a dark friend, for a large portion. So my theory is that whether or not it's like a full redemption arc, I don't think it would be. I don't think it's gonna be a full redemption arc. I don't think Liandrin's gonna be like redeemed and walk in the light, but I think she's gonna end up being like helpful to the light and be like, you know what, screw the shadow, and like not like helpful and like I'm gonna work with you, like, but like I'm gonna start killing Forsaken, or I'm gonna start screwing up the shadow's plans. And, you know, oh, we just so happen to align, so sure, I won't kill you. But like, I think that might happen in the future, especially because of season 2 when she freed Nynaeve. Like, she has a kinship for Nynaeve too. So I think there's going to be an interaction there that kind of pushes that as mine.
Yeah, they've definitely been continuously showing that Nynaeve and Liandrin have a connection, because even Liandrin, remember, it was Elayne that kept reminding her that, you know, we're here to look for dark friends, not Liandrin. You keep humanizing her, right? But I also think about the fact that, like you said, that when we heard Liandrin say she wants to become a Forsaken herself, I took that not so much as, because I saw some people like, okay, yeah, she's trying to be evil now. I said, but no, I look at it as Liandrin has always been at a disadvantage of power. From the second she was born, she's been under someone's foot. And I thought the visual of showing how Lanfear put Liandrin at her foot when she was in her own vision of having some importance. This is the constant place Liandrin finds herself in. And I feel like the being a Forsaken, to your point, Tom, is it's about her getting power over her life for once, where that someone can't take from her, although it's going to be the Dark One. She doesn't figure it out yet. But he's thinking, yes, no one can ever mess with me again. And then if I want to help people, I can. Yeah. If I don't want to help people, I don't have to. Like, I just want my own power and agency, damn it. Absolutely. And she thinks this is the way to get it. Unfortunately, it's just, again, with another master, she hasn't figured it out yet, though.
Yeah. It's true. We have a show watcher question in chat for you, Aisha. So this is like from one show watcher to another. How do you feel about Matt managing to get that bracelet from his admirer, as he is noted in the credits? He's listed as Matt's admirer. What did you feel about the whole, like, here's another bracelet that I found for you? Just the guy popped out with it. Like, what were your thoughts around that?
Honestly, I wasn't sure what to make of that, because it was kind of like that. I watched it twice because I was like, there was something about that interaction that I wasn't like, it's trying to tell me something. I don't know what it is, but they took a long time. They really focused in on the guy he was talking to, really focused in on Matt asking for the necklace or the bracelet, and how a manly man, you know, how he's a manly man, and that's what he wants for a bracelet for a manly man. And then this guy, again, they made sure to key in on the guy who brought on the bracelet a couple of times, and the fact that he was like so eager to give him, like, yes, I found it. Look, I found it. Like, aren't you proud? And I was like, okay, I don't know exactly what's happening here, and I don't know, but I could tell that they took time to show it. So I really don't know what to make of it, but I know it's supposed to be something, if that makes sense. I'm still kind of vague on Matt and what the hornblower means outside of the whole access to the memories thing at this point. So I'm figuring it's probably something that will tie in later, that they're going to give us more context. Or
that's fair.
Yeah.
Max points out they did make him very memorable with all those apps. So
I feel like he might have been a gleeman too. Oh yeah, no, he was definitely good looking for sure.
Beautiful man.
I feel like he might have been a gleeman. He's wearing the same hat as Tom. I thought, oh no, there she is.
I think she's dealing with her dogs.
Oh, okay. He's wearing the same hat as Tom, and like his coat is very colorful. Also, I felt like he might be a gleeman. Not that that matters anyway, but I just thought that was interesting.
I have theories about him, but I can't share them without spoiling book stuff. So
gotcha. That's what I figure. I feel like the show doesn't just show us things for nothing. So I'm pretty certain this is going to come back, but I don't know
as a theme for the Wheel of Time, like book, especially the books, but the show has been doing it very well too. And this isn't a spoiler or anything. Robert Jordan loved foreshadowing, and he was very, 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 very good at it. Like, he foreshadowed stuff in book 1 that didn't play out till book 5. Like, he's very good at it. And Rafe loves it too. And that was one of the things that he talked about that he enjoyed from the books, and he wanted to carry into the show. So much so that they even and I didn't realize this until we had Nick Hill Kopelkar on the show like a couple of weeks ago, and he said this. They even do it with the music. like they have musical keys that are like, so like they have a thing called like the Forsaken theme, and it's a similar note pattern that plays when the Forsaken are on screen or when they first come on screen. And exactly. And when Egwene kills Rena on the roof in season 2, on the top of that, tower on season 2, for like a 2 or 3 seconds, the first few notes of the Forsaken theme plays. So they do shit like that even with musical keys. So yeah, for real, like that's the best part about Wheel of Time, is like going back and rewatching and be like, oh shit, they were telling me this shit in episode 2 of fucking season 2, and it's happening in season 4. Like that's why rereading the books is so fun, and rewatching the show has been so fun. Yes. In particular.
Not to focus on the dark stuff, but we got, I know you're a fan of this, Aisha, we got some smooching in this episode. What did you think of that finally coming to pass?
Listen, the tension was building, things were, it was happening. I mean, my man is already dreaming about her being the wife. So, I mean, like, he just skipped steps there, Perrin. He's just like, you met her a day ago and now she's your wife in your dreams, sir.
I mean, just get on with it. Just get on with it.
She's digging it too, though. They've had some great interactions. I love the two of them together.
I'm glad he picked up. I'm glad he picked up. She was giving him
she was laying it down. It took him long enough to pick it up.
Well, he had to contemplate it a little bit. He had to make sure,
I was saying puppy eyes, but every time I saw a meme about it today about how every scene they give with her, because she's so much shorter than that actor.
She's so tiny. So tiny.
That's
looking up to him.
That's what's so perfect. Like the scene at the end when she's with Fain and Chiad overlooking the Waygate, when they see the Trollocs and everybody coming through. She's so short. She's standing in between the two of them. And they are literally towering over her, and the Aiel are like a tall race anyway, and she's got to be 5'1" or 5'2" on a good day, like with heels. Like she's so petite and tiny, and Perrin is not, and it's so perfect. And like she just like she fits, and she's just like.
Question: did anyone else think that Alanna and Maxim are hoping to join in a foursome situation before they enter?
It definitely felt that way.
I don't think they would ever turn that opportunity down, like no matter how it would play out.
Alanna was kind of like, let me heal you up so we can do this properly.
Alanna, I feel like Alana's face looked more curious in that scene than Maxim's did. Like
Maxim was just giggling. She
was like, yeah, Maxim was giggling, yeah, for sure. But Alanna was like, she was like a little like, oh, good job, Perrin. All right, okay.
Well, because she saw him paying respects to the grave, so she's probably like, okay, maybe the mourning period is over.
Oh, that reminds me of something that you guys said before. How like the character you were talking about Nynaeve, on how she's like accepting who she is, and like she has to come to terms with who she's like, that she has the power now, so like she has to come to terms with that in order to grow. I feel like that's going to be that. I've been saying that about Perrin too, specifically about the ring and his wife, and finally like this episode was him coming to terms with that, accepting that he giving voice that he did it. Like he's been depressed about it and he's been thinking about it, but saying it out loud, especially to somebody else, is a huge step in healing. And like
talking
he was
about
able, and the fact that he was kind of forced to take the ring off, but like the fact that he finally isn't wearing the ring, is we're seeing Perrin come into like his own and be like later stage Perrin, essentially.
Right.
Like he even gave his first speech like as a leader, like even though he hated it, but he did a good job. Like he seems to be really becoming like a full character now, like stepping into his role. And I like that a lot.
Two big things for him, I think. One is, talking about the death. And I noticed the change, very important changes. Instead of him saying it's my fault, he said it was me, which is fine. It was him. But before, when he talked to Egwene, it was my fault. So he's taking the blame out of it, which I think is important for him to move forward. And then the second thing was when he asked Faile after he explained the eyes, he was like, "Is that weird? Like, hey, you kind of creeped out." And, she was like, "No, that's my kind of freak." But
she was like, "Listen, I'm a furry, so like this is like okay."
Height solves a lot of problems, apparently. So
pretty privilege is real.
We're not gonna. We don't do any shaming around here. If you're a furry, you're totally fine.
That's not a shame at all. I'm just saying that's what she's into, obviously.
Exactly, animalistic things. Why not?
Yeah, why not? Listen, I read Animorphs as a kid. Come on.
Right. So, but the fact that he's even talking about that, I think that he is also kind of more open to wanting to be, to leaning into that as well. Because I think he was very. I mean, he can't really hide it anymore. But
yeah. The also anyone like people. Obviously, people complained about the casting, like because he's not white and then all that shit. But I'm not even talking about that. The people were talking about like he's small. Did you see that motherfucker with his shirt off and his arms? His arm was as wide as her torso. Like he is a big freaking dude. Like he is like anyone that was saying that he's small is just
what did they want? Did they want to hire the dude that played the Hound in Game of Thrones? Is that it? Like, how big of an actor do you want? There's not that many actors over 6'2". Like,
you know what it is? You know what it is too? Like people, it's just this like wish fulfillment fantasy of like these hulking giants that are just completely unrealistic humans. Like they're not. Like people like that don't exist. There's very few people like that.
Groovy 6'7" warrior coming out of a random paranormal fantasy novel to suck them up and take them into something. But I mean, he's still the casting for Perrin has always been spot on in my opinion.
Oh yeah.
And the casting for Faile,
because
the whole show is amazing, but the casting for Faile in relation to Perrin, the thing that's so perfect about it, and I think hopefully we'll see it if Perrin actually starts fighting, is the difference in their fighting styles. Because we saw that with episode 5 with Faile. She's so lithe and fast and swift, and she's so deadly. But Perrin, when he fights, is brute force, and there's no subtlety to him. He is literally animalistic.
Animalistic. We saw it a little bit in not this episode, but episode 5, right? Yeah. No. When they rescued the girls.
A little bit, but not.
A little bit. She had her knives. She threw some knives.
That's who I'm talking. Yeah, we saw it with her there. I'm talking about Perrin fighting.
Oh yeah, Perrin was just wrestling with Dane. Yeah,
exactly.
There was no fighting. Yeah.
I have a question about the White Cloak interaction with when the reinforcements arrived.
Yeah,
I just want to see if it's a spoiler, if it's a waffle, let me know. But I kind of took that when Fain and all the other White Cloaks show up, the look that I saw Valda give him almost reminded me of what the people in the White Tower had when Ravin / the King Consort showed up. Like he wasn't sure why he was looking at what, and then he was like, "Oh, what happened to you?" And then I'm like, and I was like, well, have they just never seen these people, or does he really not, or did something register from a second? Like, there's something wrong with this picture of the people who are here.
So I don't think that's spoilery.
I don't know actually. I don't know if it's spoilery, but I think
I might just say
I would waffo.
I would waffo it. I have an impression of what happened, but I don't want to tell you. It's not book related, but I think it's a big question for a show.
Yeah.
I mean, you know who Pat and Fain is. You've watched season 1, season 2, part of season. You know who Pat and Fain is, so you know that something fishy is up.
Yeah.
So but I would definitely say waffo on it.
So what do you think happened? So Aisha, how do you think Pat and Fain came in to be in with the White Cloaks? What do you think happened?
I couldn't like what season 1 and 2 showed me is that man can slip in and out of spaces pretty easily, and I mean he knows. I don't know how many of the Forsaken he's working with or for. I feel like if we saw Lanfear worrying about Liandrin of all people, like Fain's somebody you should be worried about. I feel like that guy's slipping through about 4 or 5 different Forsaken.
Real, literally.
I could see him being like, "Hey, Ravin, you're pretty good with compulsion. Make these people all think that I'm the leader of the White Cloaks now, so I can just get in there and do what I need to do. No one's gonna think twice if I'm riding with them." And then maybe something happened and it was a similar situation because I feel like Valda, I get the sense he probably knows a lot of people and who would be here. And he saw a face that was like,
He's
I don't
pretty
know.
high
Who the heck
ranking
are
in the
you?
White Cloaks. Like
But then
he's
everyone-
essentially like where Jeffrem Bornhold was like a general. He's also kind of like a general, but only for the questioners.
Yeah.
So he's a really high-ranking White Cloak. So yeah,
so there's factions within the White Cloaks. Then.
Yeah,
Oh,
there's like the armed services part of it, and then you've got like your interrogation.
Yeah. So
ferret out
basically, the
truth,
White Cloaks, and
investigate.
you were right on the money, by the way, in what you were saying about the White Cloaks, how they're like xenophobic, religious. Robert Jordan based them on an amalgam of basically the Knights Templar and the KKK. That's who they are. That's who
and the
he
Spanish
based
Inquisition.
them on. And the Spanish Inquisition, yeah. But the questioners are like the full tilt dial up to 11 version of that. And Dane Bornhold and his dad, especially in the show, even more so in the show, seem a little bit looser.
Yeah.
Like, and I don't think this is a spoiler, but like to say in season one, when Dane and when Jeffrem and Valda and them meet up with the group as they're leaving the Two Rivers and Moiraine was stabbed.
It's just like, I was visiting my sister. I'm going to visit my sister.
Yeah. Jeffrem was like, oh, you're going to die unless you go get healed by an Aes Sedai, so you should seek Aes Sedai healing. Where book Jeffrem would have been like, looks like you're going to die. Like, there would have been no go get healed by an Aes Sedai. That would be worse than dying from poison from a Trolloc blade. That, like,
you've been bewitched, yes.
Yeah. So I feel like they're definitely doing something with especially like I think we're going to see something for sure with the factions within the White Cloaks, especially being at odds with each other. And Dane, I think, is going to be a focal point for that.
Yeah, I think Watho's the right thing there. Just because
Watho's definitely the right thing.
The Pan thing, because the dynamics I think of what they've done in the show with him compared to what happens in the books.
Another phenomenal actor.
I don't think we could give you an answer without giving you book Fain answers.
Which could potentially be spoilers for the show too.
Yeah, we can.
So next week, I'll be very interested if Rob invites me back next week to have this conversation with you, Aisha.
Yeah, I'd love to hear what you have to say about that for sure.
For sure.
Cool. And then I guess the last thing I wanted to just kind of ask about too is I saw some people who were back and forth about Maddie's sisters being able to heal Alana when they haven't really done. Again, we don't know if they've never. I feel like we don't know. Maybe they have been playing with channeling and they just did. No one was there to stop them, but. It did seem like a big leap, but I was like, go Alana, teaching while you're literally on your last breath. Like that's hardcore dedication.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think for that one, it just falls down to the complication that healing has, which we have seen in the show. It's a complicated thing to heal. And then
dangerous,
if you're untrained and things like that. And they are children that have obviously not been, officially trained by anyone as far as we're aware. And I think that's kind of where it falls into people's confusion.
My feeling on them healing was that basically, so they're coming from an abusive household, and they're wilders. So
explain what a wilder is.
Okay, yeah. So this also is not a spoiler or anything, but and a perfect example of it in the show is Liandrin. So Liandrin learned that she could channel and developed a special move, for lack of a better term.
Bullet, yes.
Her bullet. So like that's something. And then we see her doing it as an adult, like in this episode as well. So like that is something, and we've never seen anyone else do anything remotely like that specific weave. And the weave doesn't have to be powerful or awesome or useful, but it'll be something that's unique to that person. Something that, it caused you to channel at a time where you needed to do something specific. And now that's something that you can do super easily. Like it could be something even complicated that you're doing, but because you learned it at that time and you did it that way, it's like your special move, essentially. Many characters who learn to channel before they go to the White Tower or get trained in a way like that, which is what a wilder is. Someone that discovers they can channel and then doesn't have a teacher. Just figures it out. That's a wilder.
Learn out in the wild by themselves.
I mean, like Nynaeve, the perfect like when she had that conversation with Rand.
I can't hear you guys.
I can hear you, Tom, but like
Nynaeve, now I can hear you guys. I unplugged my headphones.
In season 1, when Nynaeve was talking to Rand and she was talking about how Egwene had breakbone fever and the old wisdom, they never give the old wisdom a name, said she was basically gonna die and just like be there to comfort her.
Nynaeve was like, hold my beer.
Yeah, Nynaeve, that's where Nynaeve first channeled, was to heal.
And what did she do?
Egwene. And so that was like Nynaeve's
first. What did she do though?
Was healing.
Healing, exactly.
And
so like that's what I'm saying. Like I feel like the girls, similar thing, and they could easily tie it to their
because their mom took over as the wisdom, right? That's what we saw in Nynaeve's arch vision.
Yeah, that's what Nynaeve's arch said. Yeah. For me, it felt very like when Alana's explaining it felt like she was explaining it to them in a very instinctual kind of way. Yeah, so for me, although it fit a lot for me when I was like initially watching it, I was like, oh, okay, they're going to do this.
That's
like,
a lot.
and in my head, I'm like, this is complex weaving. They're not trained. And then as she's explaining, I'm like, oh, so she's going for a very instinctual approach.
And then
and
then on top of that, we're linking. And in season 1, we saw what happened when you can link and you're untrained. When season 8, when people died because they were linked and there was too much power coming, I was like, wow, okay, I'm just gonna be along for the ride. I'm along for the ride.
Yeah, I think the linking thing probably comes from their like affinity.
They're twins,
and they're twins. Yeah,
yes,
I
kind of bought that as well. Yeah,
100%.
It worked for me in the end.
I didn't want to lose Alana, so I didn't care what witchcraft had to happen.
Fair. I agree with you 100% because it's the thing. This is, and I think I said this last week, Rob. Alana's renewed purpose is going to be these two girls. This is her purpose. She is going to become the surrogate, I don't want to say parent figure, but mentor to these two girls specifically, whether they find other people who can channel in the Two Rivers or not. This is her focus because she said that, because even Maxim said that. Well, you said you wanted to come here to find people who could channel. You said there'd be people who could channel in the Two Rivers. And what do we have? These two girls that literally saved her life. Yeah. So
yeah, I feel like we're gonna see a scene in season 4 of Alana trekking her way back to the White Tower with like a train of Two Rivers girls behind her.
Just kidding. Yeah, that'd be hilarious.
I would not be sad about that. I would not be sad about that.
Either.
All right. Let's wrap it up with one final thing, and that would be Tom sent me an image, so I'm going to share this image, which is funny because this is what I wanted to wrap it up in if we didn't touch on it prior. This image here of all of our delightful, funsy, furry friends coming out of the Waygate.
Did Game of Thrones film this? Sorry.
Oh, look at
how small Faile
looks. Look how small she is. Yeah, that's when I sent it when you were talking about how short she was.
Yeah, literally. So I don't think, no, you can't see. So this sounds really bad that I know, but this is Bane, played by Raga. Raga is 6'2". And this is Chiad, played by Maya. Maya is more like 5'10", 5'11".
Still tall for a girl.
Yeah, she's standing on a box for sure.
Yeah, she's definitely standing on the box in this scene. But just 6'2" to 5 foot,
5 foot, 5'2" at the most,
5'2" or something like that. Yeah, there's got to be a foot difference there. But I want to finish on this scene. We see the Waygate basically pouring out Trollocs and stuff. What do you think's going to happen next week? What are your predictions?
I had so much anxiety between Little Squash and then seeing this. I was like, not a great omen. I don't know, because I mean, obviously they've been hinting heavy that Perrin's gonna have to step up in some way. They've killed a lot of wolves in the area, so that backup might be a little shy right now. Maybe he can talk to other animals for all I know. I'm like, please turn into Snow White here, sir, and be able to call bears and antelope and birds. I don't know. I don't know, because I mean, the way he was talking or what was possible, I was like, we're gonna have some months, right? But those Trollocs are like, what, a couple days, and they don't sleep. So I don't know. And I mean, I think Fain is there already, so I'm assuming he's heading up this group of Trollocs. And he isn't necessarily chaotic, right? Even the first attack on the Two Rivers was for a purpose. He wasn't just, he could have probably sent that in a lot sooner. He had a reason for when he kicked it off, and it was probably the arrival of Moiraine. But I don't know, because I mean, would they wipe out the two rivers? That would be kind of sad. Obviously, I don't think Perrin's gonna die yet, because we just met her. So I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, I feel like it's not gonna be good, but I'm curious as to what the point is, because I don't know how big the two rivers are. I've never really gotten a good sense of it. I know it's not huge, but I don't think it's tiny. That's a lot of Trollocs. It seems like overkill for people, for the most part, who don't have fighting skills, even if they've got the, power coursing through them. Power untrained is like giving a baby a chainsaw. It's not going to do a ton of damage.
They do have a green Aes Sedai there though, so the greens are the Battleaja. So like one green sister
and
is
she was full of holes at the beginning of this.
Yeah. She won't be full of holes.
Respect to Alana, but
yeah, exactly. So all right,
I love
Aisha,
your
thank you so much.
Aisha's anxiety right now is palpable. Like,
yes,
what's gonna happen?
I can't wait.
So, the short answer. I'm sorry, Rob. That was a very long. The short answer is I have no freaking clue, but it's not.
Don't apologize. Mine's really short because I can't say anything because I've seen next week's episode, so I'm not going to say anything.
Shush, Tom. All right.
But can I say one thing real quick?
Sure.
It's a fun piece of information, and if anyone has any ideas, they can post them to Dragonmount on the socials. I'm going to be interviewing both Marcus Rutherford and Isabella on Tuesday. So if anyone has any interesting questions that they would like to ask them, I'm only going to have like 8 minutes with them, so it's not like a full but if anyone has any fun questions,
I'll restrict it to like 10 questions for you. Okay. So.
Yeah, go ahead. Just shoot Dragonmount a message on social, or you can add us or whatever.
I'll just send you a 10-minute voice clip. That'll be fine. Just play that for them.
Okay with group marriage? That's all we need to know.
Okay with group marriage. Yeah, would the two of you like to hang out with Priyanka and Maxim on a long-term, basis, shall we
quadple, if you will.
A quadple, yes. Exactly. A quadple.
So amazing. Isha, thank you so much for coming back. I love having you here every week. This is great fun. I've never had just a show watcher on any of my live streams or videos before, so it's so wonderful to have you here and doing this. And thank you to all my guests today. Sarah, Celtic Mist, obviously Jess, S was here first as well, Beth, Tom. I really appreciate everyone who was here, and I really enjoy these. If you're new, please like the video, subscribe to the channel, all that sort of stuff. We'll be back again next week, 3 p.m. Eastern. Yes.
Rob's birthday's coming up this month, guys.
Ooh, that's a few weeks away.
Name Day!
In fact, did you just say Happy Name Day?
Yeah.
It's exciting.
We have trained you well.
Yes.
I love that. You did
Welcome
say
to the
birthday.
cult. I mean, club.
Yes.
It's a few weeks
channel,
away, but it is coming. It is coming.
Aisha's
mine's this week. Mine's next week.
Oh,
Happy Name Day to you as well.
Happy Name Day, Tom.
Spring babies, we love it.
Spring babies, indeed. So, please go and check out Aisha's channel as well if you've not been there. And I will be back. There will be various things next week, but yeah, I'll be back. There's the podcast. There's the YouTube, all sorts. Just go and have fun. Find it, like it, subscribe, all those good things. And we will see you on the next adventure. So, goodbye, everybody.
Bye.